All right, guys, so attention in the pits. We are going to be using Summit Motorsports Park's time slip app this weekend. So their time slip app is Race SMP. SMP is Race SMP on your data programs, and you can get those on the App Store just like you got the others. So once again, Race SMP is where your time slips will be this weekend, and we're working to see if we can double the program over to PDRA. But right now we're going to be on Race SMP time slip app. You can download that through your App Store just like you did the PDRA one. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street will take you to lanes 1 and 2. If 1 and 2 gets full, overflow to lanes 3 and 4. It's Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street will take you to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4 when 1 and 2 gets full. So once again, Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Overflow to 3 and 4. So we've now got our PDRA time slip app now reading all of the data. So anyone that ran in Top Junior or ran before the last pair of Pro Junior Dragster, your time slip app or your time slips from T1 is on the Summit Motorsports Park database, and all data from here on out will be on the PDRA app. So once again, PDRA slips is now functional and working. Sorry about the inconvenience on that this morning. But once again, we will have all the time slips now are on PDRA slips just like every other event so far this season. So once again, we need Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. Overflow to 3 and 4. So once again, if 1 and 2 fills up, overflow to 3 and 4. So Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. Take you to lanes 1 and 2 this morning for T1 here on Summit Motorsports Park Thursday. So once again, Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Overflow to 3 and 4. T1 here on Thursday morning. So once again, Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street will take you to lanes 1 and 2. 1 and 2 for T1. Once again, Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street. We will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Lanes 1 and 2 for T1 here this morning on Thursday.
Winning doesn't just happen. You have to engineer it. You have to test it and make it better than it was the last time. Our engineers have the passion to create the parts you need, the way you need them to be, again and again and again. We've led this game for over 40 years, and we design, refine, and perfect every valve train part worthy of the winner's circle.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
This morning, now, it's time for the big boys. It's Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street. Going to lead us out here on Thursday morning. Jimmy Bradshaw out making a whole bunch of racket, so I can't talk on the microphone. Getting the racetrack touched up for our pro cars coming out. First run here at Summit Motorsports Park in a season for some of these hot rods. We've got some of the best in the business ready to throw down here this weekend. And got a couple of hot rods coming out here pretty early in the run order that they are known for throwing down big runs. But once again, drivers, whenever you get to the lanes, pull them up as far as you can. Pull all your cars up as far as you can. Once 1 and 2 is full, overflow to 3 and 4. Once again, once 1 and 2 is full, overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street, we need you now. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street, we need you. Once again, Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Overflow to 3 and 4. It is time to go drag racing, pro modified style here at Summit Motorsports Park for T1 here on Thursday morning. So once again, attention to the pits, Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. Overflow to 3 and 4. Standby call. Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632. Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632. This is your standby call. Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632. This is your standby call. Start getting them ready, getting everything buttoned up, and be ready to roll here shortly. This is not your call to the lanes, but this is your standby call. Standby call for Pro Stock and Pro 632. So once again, Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632. This is your standby call. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street. We need you now to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. All right, guys, final call to the lanes. Final call, Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street. Final call to the lanes, Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street for T1. Once again, final call to the lanes. Final call to the lanes. Standby call. Standby call. Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632. Once again, standby call for Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632. Start getting them on the ground, getting them ready to go. You'll be called to the lanes here in just a short minute. Once again, Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. If 1 and 2 is full, overflow to 3 and 4. Once again, if 1 and 2 is full, overflow to 3 and 4. So once again, cars that are in the back of the lanes that are hanging out in the back of 1 and 2, if 1 and 2 is full, overflow it, bring it on down to lanes 3 and 4. So cars that are in the back of the lanes, back by the Hoosier and Goodyear trailers, put them down in lanes 3 and 4, guys. All right, so here we go. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street action going to lead us off here on Thursday morning. First pair out going to be a little Nitrous versus Boost action. Dave Romer and Randy Weatherford. A couple of good hot rods. Romer, local race for him right here in the state of Ohio. The Gladiator Chevrolet. Right-hand side of the racetrack, Randy Weatherford, the Danville, Virginia business owner. Known for putting down some big runs with that Pro-Line horsepower. We'll see what that hot rod has right up its sleeve here on Thursday morning, right off the ramps as we get ready to roll for T1. here on Thursday morning at Summit Motorsports Park here in Norwalk, Ohio. Final call to the lanes, final call to the lanes. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street. Final call to the lanes. Standby call goes out to Pro Stock and Pro 632. Standby call for Pro Stock and Pro 632. We'll be calling you in just a couple of minutes, so get them on the ground, get them ready to go. Dave Romer, Randy Weatherford. First pair out here on Thursday morning. Here at Summit Motorsports Park, had our Young Gun Junior Dragster talent take to the track this morning. First thing out for the big cars, none other than a hot rod that is known for putting down some numbers here on the right-hand side of the racetrack, and it's Randy Weatherford. Weatherford out of Danville, Virginia. WS Construction Hot Rod Pro Line horsepower. Fuel Tech controlled. Left-hand side of the racetrack, Dave Romer in the Gladiator Chevrolet. Charlie Buck horsepower between the frame rails. Little nitrous versus boost action right here this morning. First pair out. Everybody sitting back in the staging lanes is wondering what is going to happen here. What's it looking like? What's the racetrack going to hold? And we're going to find out what two hot rods they're going to take to it right in just a short second. Dave Romer's made a lot of laps down this racetrack. Randy Weatherford has picked up a win at this racetrack. Both drivers looking to start off their campaign this weekend with an A to B lap. Romer goes into tire shake. Randy Weatherford, 3.675, 208 miles per hour. So Randy Weatherford starts the weekend off 367, 208 miles per hour. Romer, tire shake right from the hit. We'll go back and check things out. So once again, Randy Weatherford, 367. First pass down the racetrack here on Thursday. Another nitrous versus boost action here this morning. Marcus Butner and Travis Hardy. Marcus Butner, Pat Busey Powell, left-hand side of the racetrack. One half of the Butner Construction J. Cox Racing team. Coming out with their newly painted hot rod here this season. Right-hand side of the racetrack, your points leader, Travis Harvey. The Glot Motorsports Pro Charged Chevrolet Camaro sits number 1 in Pro Boost points so far this season. Coming off a hole shot victory in Virginia, last stop on tour, where Travis was perfect on the reaction time in the finals to take down another North Carolina runner in Jason Harris. So Marcus Butner and Travis Harvey, your next pair, taken to the racetrack. Butner shakes the tire. Travis Harvey does anything but shake. 3.615, 205 miles per hour, 9:08. Short time for Steve Petty and Travis Harvey. 9:08, 60 foot, second car down the racetrack on the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack. Travis Harvey flexing the muscles here right off the ramps. 3.615, 205 miles per hour for the Glock Motorsports Chevrolet. First pass down the racetrack. Dustin Nesloney takes to the racetrack next. Dustin coming in out of Texas. Brand new RJ race cars, Pro Charge Chevrolet, the other half of the Glock Motorsports camp. Looking like he's having a little bit of trouble. Not sure if he doesn't have radio communications or if got a mechanical malfunction going on. Looks like just no radio, possibly. So Dustin Nesloney, Proline Power, Pro Charger boosted. It's going to be the next one to take to the racetrack. He just watched his teammate go 361 down the same Ohio Cat side of the racetrack. So we'll see what Dustin's got loaded up in the RJ Race Cars Chevrolet. Brandon Stroud on the laptop for that team. So crew walks away. Dustin Nesloney next to take to the racetrack here this morning at Summit Motorsports Park. Nesloney, slight move over to the left-hand side of the racetrack, stops the clocks. 3.624, 209 miles per hour, 913 down low for the Glock Motorsports Hot Rod. Dustin Nesloney follows his teammate through, 100th behind. 362.4, Dustin Nesloney right off the ramps here on Thursday morning. Next two drivers taken to the racetrack are definitely familiar with each other. They've made laps beside each other in Pro Nitrous competition. But this weekend, Wes DeStefano has jumped behind the wheel of the Skinny Kid race cars. Oldsmobile on the left-hand side of the racetrack now in Pro Boost. So Wes DeStefano back behind the wheel in PDRA competition. Paired up with the RichardAutoParts.com Oldsmobile from Skiddy Kid Race Cars, and he sits alongside the champ, four-time Jimmy Halsey. Right-hand side of the racetrack, Brandon Schweitzer. Schweitzer Dynamics Fulton Competition Racing engines on board. Jimmy Halsey comes in, your points leader in Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous. and I can promise you he's planning to lead as the points leader. But there's a host of other people in the parking lot that are hoping that that's not the case. But right now, first run off the ramps for both teams, Wes DeStefano and Jim Halsey. Halsey shuts it down right at the 330. Wes DeStefano 373. Jim Halsey clicks it off, goes 378, but Halsey 931, 244 to the split. Jimmy Halsey was coming to play this morning. Wheels up start for the Daddy Shark Chevrolet. Head to front end, hanging in the air, almost to the 330 cone, shuts her down to go 378 at only 165 miles per hour. Next up on the racetrack, Jim Halsey's teammate, Mike Achenbach, the deep purple Chevrolet out of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania. Another one of those Schweitzer Dynamics hot rods. Coming in on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Canvas Plus sponsorship on the door. Mike Achenbach behind the wheel. That Pro Nitrous hot rod. Getting our pairs all paired up back in the lanes. And we will be back to pairs here in just a moment. Mike Achenbach going to be a single. And we'll be getting right back at it with pairs. So once again, guys, the car in front of you moves up. If you'll move up as well. Back in the staging lanes, we want to try to keep those as clean as we can. So once again, whenever somebody in front of you moves up and there's room, move up as well, please. Achenbach, 932 down low, runs into tire shake right past the 60-foot cone. That hot rod made a move early in the run, and whoo boy, it's about to be fast. So Brandon Schweitzer will go back, look at the data that comes out of that hot rod, and bring Mike Achenbach back up for the next run, and we'll have him ready to go right down A to B Broadway. Melanie Salemi and Chris Rainey. Next up on the racetrack, Pro Boost, Pro Nitrous action. Another one of those Schweitzer Dynamics cars. Both drivers out and gone, both of them clicking it at the 330. Chris Rainey, 371, shoots out at 184 miles per hour. Rainey, 929 to 60 foot, 246 to the split. Melanie Salemi, 979 off the button, 253 in lifts, coasting down to a 385. So Chris Rainey looking stout to the mid-track numbers. Clicks it off early. Good solid poke right there for T1. Next pair coming to you, a couple of Pro Boost hot rods. Ken Cartuccio and Roderjan Bassado, all the way from the country of Brazil. Ken Cartuccio, Roderjan Bassado. Bassado now has a blower coming out of the hood instead of sitting in front of the crankshaft. Not sure if that's a root or a screw on that hot rod here this weekend, but Roderjan Bassado, new combination for that hot rod. Coming out here on the right-hand side of the racetrack, Ken Cartuccio. The familiar 69 Camaro packing Pro Charger power. Cartuccio out and gone, 3.646. 204 miles per hour, Ken Cartuccio. Welcome to the party. 364 at 204. Bassado clicks it off early. Goes 421 at 136. Looked like a pretty fresh first run out of that hot rod, so they'll go back, grab the data out of that thing, and I promise you they will be quicker whenever round number 1 of qualifying comes up tomorrow afternoon, right around 2 o'clock. Rob Cox and Preston Tanner, your next pair out. A couple more Pro Boost cars. As of last night, we had 23 Pro Boost cars on the ground. Going to battle it out for 16 spots come tomorrow's qualifying rounds. Rob Cox shakes the tires. Preston Tanner, 363, 207 miles per hour. Not bad, kid. Hadn't seen you on a racetrack since March. Comes back, a sergeant, and goes down the racetrack going 363.7, 207 miles per hour. Welcome back, Preston Tanner. Next pair out, Ricky Smith and Scott Wildgus. Wildgus in the Smokies Garage Pro Boost Hot Rod. Brandon Snyder calling the shots this season. Tricky Ricky Smith calling all the shots on that Parkway Ford sitting on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Wildgus has had some struggles, looked good in testing between the last two races. Both drivers jump up on the wheelie bars and run into some tire shake. 952 and 953 respectively down low. Ricky climbed up on the ring gear, grabbed into the wheelie bars, and aborted mission right there for T1. So we'll let those drivers get a little bit farther down the racetrack. We'll bring our next pair out here on Thursday morning. Scott Lang, and it looks like Jason Harris on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Next pair out. Jason Harris, your last race runner-up and one barn burner of a final round with Travis Harvey at Virginia. I think Jason was like 14 on the tree and went 358, and we're somehow saying that he's a runner-up. Travis Harvey was in another league that weekend driving a race car, and he was 000 on the let-go to go 359 and take down Jason. And I can promise you that Harris camp is looking for one more win light at the PDRA's return to Summit Motorsports Park here this weekend, and it all starts with his first test run about to come to you here in just a moment.
coach down the racetrack. Our next pair out, it's going to be Jim Popowski and Jackie Sloan. Bringing a Pro Nitro hot rod back up. So Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632, Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632. We'll take you to the lane. Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632. We will take you to the lanes now for your first round of testing. Pro Boost Pro Street lanes are closed. Once again, Pro Boost Pro Street lanes are closed. Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632. We'll take you to the lanes now. Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632. We'll take you to the lanes now.
So once again, attention to the pits. We'll take Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632. Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632 will take you to the rear staging for T1. Once again, Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632 will take you to the lanes now. Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632, we will take you to the lanes now for your first test run of Summit Motorsports Park Thursday. So once again, we'll need Super Street on standby. Super Street, you are on standby. Once again, Super Street, you are on standby. Super Street, you're on standby. Need Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632. Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632 need you to the back of the lanes for T1s. Once again, Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632 will take you to the lanes now for first round of testing. Super Street, you are on standby. Once again, Super Street cars, you are on standby. Start getting them buttoned up, get them on the ground. Super Street, you are on standby. Super Street cars, you are on standby. So once again, Extreme Pro Stock, and Pro 632. Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632, we need you. Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632, we need you to the rear of staging for round number 1 of testing. Super Street cars, you are on standby. Once again, Super Street cars, you are on standby. Super Street, you're on standby. But right now we need Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632. Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632, we need you to the rear of the lanes for T1. Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632 to the rear of the lanes for T1. Billy Albert and Bill Devine. Bill Devine, the turbocharger builder. Billy Albert, the nitrous engine builder. Or I guess the all engine builder. I mean, if you're an engine builder, you build them all, right? Albert Racing engines, left-hand side of the racetrack. Billy goes into tire shake. Bill Devine stands it up on the wheelie bars, pedals, goes 427 at 162 miles per hour. Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632, we need you to the lanes 3 and 4. Once again, Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632. Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632, we need you to lanes 3 and 4 for your first round of testing if you want to make this lap. So Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632, we need you. Kurt Stedding, William Brown III. Next pair to take to the racetrack, a couple of Pro Boost cars. Stedding wheels up, has to abort. William Brown, 366.0, 205 miles per hour, personal best run. Career best run for that hot rod. Hats off Derek Brown, Brandon Stroud, the whole team right there. Brown Motorsports, 366.0, 205 miles per hour. Career best lap right off the ramps here at Norwalk. All right, guys, final call for Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632. We've got all of 3 cars in the lanes. Those 3 are the only 3 that want to play this morning. We will keep on rolling. Super Street, standby. Super Street, this is your standby call. Super Street, this is your final standby call. You'll be called to the lanes here in just a couple of minutes. Super Street, final standby call. Get them on the ground, get the push bars hooked up, get them ready to go. You are called to the lanes next. Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632. Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632. You are needed in the rear of staging in lanes 3 and 4 now. Once again, Extreme Pro Stock and Pro 632. If you're going to make T1, we need you to lanes 3 and 4 now. Nova Joe Albright and Derek Ward. Nova Joe drives for Fletcher Cox. Yes, the football star. I was trying to make an announcement. He tries to do a burnout over top of me. Really inconsiderate of him. Thought about talking a little bit of smack. Then I decided that Fletcher's arm's bigger than my whole body. So we're just going to say we'll let that one slide this time. So Fletcher Cox, the big man out front of his driver, Nova Joe Albright. That hot rod's been known for making some laps up and down the racetrack. So far this season, Derek Ward, Screw Blown Chevrolet, right-hand side of the racetrack. Nova Joe Albright, Derek Ward. Both drivers out and gone. Nova Joe, 3.652, 206 miles per hour. Derek Ward aborts mission right past the 330. Nova Joe Albright, 947 down low, 246 to the split, 365.2, 206 miles per hour. Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632, absolute last and final call. If you're going to make this lap, you need to be in lanes 3 and 4. So if you are in the lanes, pull them on down to the front. Once again, Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632. If you are in the lanes, going to roll them down to the front. Super Street, we'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. Super Street, I'll take you to lanes 1 and 2 for your first test run. Once again, Super Street cars, I'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. Super Street, I'll take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Once again, absolute last and final call, Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632. If you're not in the rear of the lanes when we start the class, we are going without you. So once again, Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632, absolute last and final call. If you're going to make this lap, you need to get in lanes 3 and 4. We have got just a couple more in the category in front of you, and then you are next out on the racetrack. Super Street, we need you to 1 and 2. Super Street cars, if you're testing here today, we need you to 1 and 2. Once again, Super Street, we need you to 1 and 2. Kenny Lang having some trouble right there. Cam Clark, 379, 180 miles per hour. Kenny Lang having some trouble on the starting line. We'll get his Chevrolet backed off, and we'll move on with our last couple of pairs of Nitrous Boost and Pro Street. Then we'll go straight into Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632. Absolute last and final call, Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632. Got about 2 minutes to get to the lanes, and then we are going to close your lanes and keep on rolling. Got a couple of cars down here, and then we are going to close your lanes and go right on ahead with the next class. So Super Street, we take you to 1 and 2. Super Street, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Once again, Super Street, we need you to 1 and 2, please. Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632. Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632. Absolute last and final call to lanes 3 and 4. Your lanes are about to close if you are not making your way this way now. All right, staging lanes are now closed for Pro Stock and 632. Staging lanes are closed for Pro Stock and 632. Super Street, we need you to 1 and 2. Super Street. Once again, Super Street cars, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Pull them all the way to the front. Super Street will take you to 1 and 2. Bring them all the way down to the front of the lanes. Super Street cars will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Staging lanes are closed for Pro Stock and 632. Staging lanes are closed for Pro Stock and 632. Joel Winsley Jr. Little Pro Street action, Pro Charge Hot Rod. Will be one of the first Pro Street cars to come out. Bill Devine made a run early. Winsley will take his shot here this morning. Clicks it off at the 330. Oh boy, that was going to be a very nice lap. 105 down low, 271 to the split. And none other than Top Fuel Will Smith's in the tower with us. If you need an autograph later on, Will be making his way through the pits, so be sure to grab your best Will Smith autograph. We're still working on the form. It's been a little rough here lately, but we've got a W and an S. That's about all we got. Once again, Super Street will take you to 1 and 2. Super Street will take you to 1 and 2. It's the only class that needs to be coming to the lanes. Pro Stock 632. The lanes are closed. Your lanes are now closed. Pro Stock and 632. Super Street will take you to 1 and 2. Super Street, if you are testing today, we will take you to lanes 1 and 2. A newcomer to the Pro Street class, young gun, Mr. Scott Kincaid. Good-looking 69 Camaro out of the Reese Brothers Race Cars camp. If you've been a fan of other styles of racing, you've seen this hot rod sitting on radial tires and his father behind the wheel in limited drag radial competition. Now, we put the man tire on. Come over to the PDRA, come race with us. In the Mentor Motorsports Pro Street category presented by AFCO, that hot rod has been one dangerous hot rod on radials, and I can promise you, with Tim and that entire team right there, they are not coming to the PDRA lightly, and they are not coming untested. Because I can promise you those guys show up to win when they come from the home state of Tennessee. And yes, it's where I'm from as well, with this redneck accent that y'all are suffering through until you get your other announcers here later on. Kincaid, losing traction right off the hit, will idle down. They'll go back, review the data, getting their first run on a PDRA racetrack. So that Tim and everybody will go back, look at the data, look at the videos, and they will come back up here in just a little bit to get a little bit more of a program on their hot rod as we move towards qualifying. Got one more car left in Pro Nitrous Pro Boost, and they will close us out. And we'll go into our Extreme Pro Stock Pro 632 cars that made the call for T1. Super Street, final call. Super Street, your final call to lanes 1 and 2. Super Street, final call. Super Street, final call to lanes 1 and 2. Standby call goes out to Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash. Once again, standby call. If you're testing here today in Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash, this is your standby call. Start getting them ready to go, get them on the ground. You're about to be called to the lanes. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash, stand by. Final call, Super Street. Final call, Super Street. We need you lanes 1 and 2. Once again, final call, Super Street. Final call, Super Street. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. Final call for our Super Street category that is testing here today. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. Super Street, final call to 1 and 2. Super Street, final call, absolute final call. Super Street to 1 and 2. Once again, Super Street, absolute last and final call to lanes 1 and 2. Super Street, absolute last and final call to lanes 1 and 2. Standby call goes out. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash. If you are testing today, this is your standby call. Get them on the ground, get them hooked up and ready to go. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash. It's your standby call for T1. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash. If you are testing here today, we will take you to lanes 3 and 4. Once 3 and 4 are full, overflow to 5 and 6. Once again, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash. If you are testing here today, we'll take you to lanes 3 and 4. Once again, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash. If you are testing here today, we'll take you to lanes 3 and 4 for T1. So once again, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash. If you are testing here today, we'll take you to lanes 3 and 4. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash. We'll take you to lanes 3 and 4. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash. We'll take you to lanes 3 and 4 for T1. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash. If you paid to test today, bring them on down to 3 and 4. If you find yourself in the back of 3 and 4, and there's cars in front of you, meaning they're full, move over to lanes 5 and 6. It's the ones adjacent to the right. Pretty simple concept. One's full, move over. So once again, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash. We'll take you to lanes 3 and 4. Once 3 and 4 is full, move them over to the lanes to your right, lanes 5 and 6. So once again, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash. Bring them on down to lanes 3 and 4. Once again, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash. Bring them on down to 3 and 4. Doing a little touch-up on the racetrack for our Super Street category. And we'll run those guys for their first test run of the day, and then we'll move straight in to Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash, conveniently located in lanes 3 and 4.
So once again, we've made the call for Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, and Bracket Bash. If you were not in the staging lanes for your first session and would like to make the run, making your way into the lanes at this time. I'm sure we've made the announcement earlier on in the morning, but don't forget, the first 33 people to go down to the Wild Bill's Ice Cream Saloon will receive free ice cream today. Thanks to Tom and Ryan Martino Motorsports. First 33 people, their ice cream is paid for. So finishing up on our final pair here in our street category, and we'll go into Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash for their first shot of the racing surface this weekend here at Summit Motorsports Park. Now back underway here in our Top Dragster, Top Sportsman and Bracket Bash categories. Kellen Farmer come up summit side, Team Race Tech. So kicking off the American Doorslammer Challenge here in Norwalk, Ohio this weekend. And day number one, well, it's sweatshirt weather out there. It's windy, it's cool. Jackets, sweatshirts for everyone. No doubt about that. The weather, though, overall looks fantastic this weekend. Especially if you know what we normally deal with. At PDRA national event. We'll take the cool temperatures. The sunny skies. The farmer's set, tree drops, and he'll turn it loose. Summit side scoreboard 3.842, 185 miles an hour. Kellen Farmer, 143 and 159 for the Pack Racing team. Chris Osborne, the general manager of Pack Racing Springs, in the house this weekend with us. Glad to have him. One of our sponsors here at the PDRA. Pack Racing Springs next up. Coming back to the starting line in just a moment. All right, your attention to the pit area, please. Attention to the pit. Staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed for Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash. Craig Addis and Buddy Perkinson. Kings of Vapor, Team Summit side. For Addis is 009 and 363.9, 200 miles an hour for Craig Addis. 557 coasting on down, Buddy Perkinson. Some issues early on in the run. Chatted with the tires that look like out there. Down low, and he coasted to the top into the racetrack. Once again, staging lanes are closed. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, Bracket Bash. Staging lanes are closed for those three categories. Little Smoky's Garage Machine come up there on the Ohio Cat side. Cole Zuccarelli. Zuccarelli's dragster comes to the starting line. First pass of the weekend for her Summit side. Nicole 008 at the let go, top of the racetrack. Scoreboard shows 456 at 149. 6 flat, 115 miles an hour for Mark Clark. Challenger out of Ontario, Canada. Yeah, I believe this is going to be Tim Papp, the auto body technician shop owner of Illinois. We make it a single run. Tire shake about 100 feet out for Papp and clicks it off. That Corvette will coast at 624. So Kyle Harris will back up there on the left side. For Ontario, Canada. Altered for Kyle Harris Racing. KHR. Or quicker cars in the category. Again, staging lanes are closed for top dragster, top sportsman bracket match. The lanes, if you were not already there. Close off the staging lanes for those three categories. So Kyle, the pre-stage bulb is lit. A few more inches. There's the stage beam lit up, and a clean run down the summit side, 387 to 188 miles an hour for Kyle. First run out of the gate this weekend here at America's Racetrack. Frank Folter will come up now. That's the Candyman. Completes his burnout. The inside of the racetrack. Your attention to the pit area, please. Top Junior Dragster. Top Junior Dragster, lanes 1 and 2. Top Junior Dragster, this is your first call to lanes 1 and 2, please. Folter clicks it off in the first 60 feet. Team Thou red and coasting on down the right side. New Vegas 617 to 104. Top Junior Dragster, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Top Junior Dragster, lanes 1 and 2. They are open for you. Top Junior Dragster, lanes 1 and 2. I believe Kathy Gallo will be on the right side. Cheyenne Stanley, the Parker Paving team. Cynthiana, Kentucky will bring their Ford Mustang to the starting line alongside of Kathy Chevrolet. To work their way in. Stanley set. Gallows ready. Tree fires. Cheyenne's going to stay at the starting line for a moment. He clicks it off at 462, 129. Ryan Lang will walk out there and start to take a look at Cheyenne's race car. They'll either back it out, give him another shot, go from there. We have called Top Junior to lanes 1 and 2, please. Attention to the pit area. Top Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Senior lanes are open for you. Cheyenne's dancing around a little out there. The car moved towards that left side wall and brought it back at 393, 195. 15 up front. Pretty decent run overall for Cheyenne Stanley. Now this is going to bring up Kirsten Nyergis. The Pontiac Firebird. Buck Power Plant, Summit side. Went to work on that race car. Trying to get suspension or tire issues that they had. Seen them struggling at the last PDRA national event. And Tim Molnar. Tim and Ricky with their first gen Camaro. Will be alongside Albert Powered Machine. Tim Molnar. Much a home track for him. Summit Motorsports Park. A lot of success over the years for Molnar. Molnar's 38 up front, and the Ohio Cat scoreboard appears at 377.2, 201 miles an hour for Tim Molnar, 437 to 161. Karsten Nierges run to the top of the racetrack there. Called top junior drag to the lanes 1 and 2. Top junior lanes 1 and 2. Dickie Smith and the Cool Shirt Systems, Race Tech, coming back to the starting line. There on the left-hand side. Jerry Albert. And Tracy with their Chevrolet Camaro out of Avon, Ohio. Thompson Performance Tires and Wheels sponsor, Jakes.com machine. Jerry's going to do some driving out there, and he decides to abort the run. Dickey at 436, 160 miles an hour. This car picked the front end up, moved it over to the right, set it back down, and did it all over again. And that's when Jerry Albert decided, we'll give this one another shot in session number 2 later this afternoon. Derek Wolf of the Wolf Trucking American Race Car, summit side of the racetrack. And we look across, and there is that beautiful Ford Mustang, Brian LaFlamme. Brian, the blue oval machine to the starting line here. Burnouts are complete. Our way through our top dragster, top sportsman and bracket bash categories. We have called top junior dragster, lanes 1 and 2. Time at the front end hiked in the air. He clicks it off before half track. And the Wolf Trucking entry at 4:45, 156 miles an hour. Well, that's going to bring up the Nesbitt-powered Chevrolet Camaro, the Selma, North Carolina. Over there on the left-hand side. Donnie Urban. Hollywood behind the wheel. The Blue Machine. Adjustments being made on the wheelie bar height and bring Donnie to that pre-stage beam left-hand side. All staging lanes are closed. Junior dragsters, top junior lanes 1 and 2 should already be there. Staging lanes are closed for you now. Urban. There goes the scoop, blowing across right at the 660-foot mark. Parts and pieces scatter all over the racing surface. 377.5, 196 miles an hour. 18182 right alongside, but Donnie was on a good, solid run. The car was at the front end hiked in the air going past the half-track point, and right when he reached the mile-per-hour cone, that's, well, the scoop disintegrated. Flew off the race car. We'll be down for a moment. I'll pick up those pieces off the racetrack and go back at it in our Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, Bracket Bash categories. That's going to bring up Team Dynabraid. It's going to be Pete Maduri. They're on the right side. Maduri, one of the drivers that fights for that top qualifying spot each and every PDRA national event. No different this weekend here in Norwalk. So Maduri, big bulb is set. And watch the Ohio Cat scoreboard. It only shows 412, 139 miles an hour. It's 258 at half track. Maduri coast on through in his first run of the weekend here at America's Racetrack. Now it's going to be Chris Nyerges. Schween Motorsports, Buck-powered Chevrolet Corvette there on the Summit side. We have seen a huge improvement out of that race car. Chris and the team stepped up their game here in 2023, and talking about performance-wise, they're running very strong. Fast race car, to say the least, and I think you'll see them qualified, I'd say top 3 at least this weekend. Chris turns it loose and the car started to get a hold of the racetrack. That's when you see it move towards the left side wall. 473 clicks it off at 109 miles an hour. 438 at 116 alongside. Your attention to the pits, please. Top Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Pro to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Junior Dragster, this is your first call. Pro Junior Dragster, lanes 3 and 4 are now open for you. So now Barry Daniluk, naturally aspirated 900 plus cubic inch power plant for that blue and white striped Camaro. Now the Camaro there on the left side rolls the beam. Daniluk turns it loose and will run 399.9, 183 miles an hour, right where Daniluk normally is at throughout qualifying. Pro Junior Dragster 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4 open for you. Pro Junior Dragster, lanes 3 and 4. Pro Junior Dragster, lanes 3 and 4. Attention to the pits. Pro Junior Dragster, lanes 3 and 4. You're going to start to make your way there. Here comes the Dean Young Motorsports Camaro. There on the Summit side for Dan Ferguson. Ferguson, the mechanic. The driving duties. Once again here in 2023. We've talked about this more than once, but that is a team that has made a lot of progress where they originally started with their whole racing operation in that car. Ferguson has sunk a lot of hours into chassis setup, motor setup, nitrous combination, and so forth. We've seen the car's been becoming more and more consistent, going A to B, making the runs that they've been looking for quite some time. Car rolls the beam, and that's not what Dan Ferguson was wanting to start his weekend off here in Norwalk. Dragster 443, 155. As soon as we get Dan cleared off the top end, we'll fire up our next pair. And it will be between two guys that made quite a few runs here at Summit Motorsports Park over the years. That Ford Mustang coming out of the burnout box, the Ohio Cat side, and Bad Eye Breiniger. Town, Ohio home. Look across the racetrack, and well, that's the Doylestown, Ohio Butcher and Son Demolition Contracting Camaro. Glenn and Linda. Butcher family, Max. Brand new 2023 American race car that out this weekend. Butcher's race car, dead in the water, right around half track. He's going to get it fired back up. So Glenn Butcher gets the car refired. We'll come back to the starting line, left-hand side. Another one of the Albert Racing Engine powered Camaros in the category. Breiniger waiting here at the starting line. We near the end of this session before we go into junior dragsters. Kick off session number 2 of the day. Lynn clicks it off before half track. Breiniger, 442, 159 miles an hour for Bad Eye Breiniger, 673. Glenn Butcher coasting down to the top of the racetrack. 956 down low. The car was moving early on into the run. All right, your attention out of the pits, please. Attention to the pit area. We are asking for people not to park their cars in front of vendors and in orange coned areas. Please do not park golf carts, scooters, regular cars, race cars, and so forth in front of our vendors. And if you are parking in an orange coned area, you're going to have to move as well. Please. Pro Junior Dragster should be in 3 and 4. If you are not already there, our Pro Junior Dragster category lanes 3 and 4. Open for you. Looks like full staging lanes of our Pro and Top Junior Dragster competitors for their second run of the day. right, so we're working our way through our top junior dragster category. As Rowan Parlett, Victoria Binner. Closed into the 660-foot mark. Rowan, 47-9, flat at 73 miles an hour. Victoria was 007 and 895 there. Stop Carter Jackson, Tillman, and Aiden. On the side of the racetrack. Enrico, Virginia. Super Slots Hobbies, Mike Boss Chassis, and of course Carter Jackson's SS Electrical Solutions entry. On the right side. Tree drop. They both turn it red. 30 and 39 thousandths too soon. Aiden. Side scoreboard will light up at 892, 891 for Carter Jackson this afternoon. Final call for Pro Junior Dragsters. Final call Pro Juniors. And then we'll go into track prep, and we're going to put our Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, and Pro Street categories on a standby call. Your attention to the pit area, please. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, and Pro Street. This is your standby call. Will O'Brien, Alan Bukowski. Bukowski down the right side. East Amherst, New York, half scale at 9:06. Will O'Brien, 12:07 at 52 miles an hour. Greenbrier excavating entry. Jay Harvey. McKenna Hallis will come up next. Got the Williamsville, New York. Julia chassis. Right side for McKenna and TJ. Holman Burlington, North Carolina based. K Motorsports, Mike Boss, Dragster. So now that's going to bring up Parker Paving, P2 Contracting. P2 out of Carnegie, Pennsylvania. That's going to be Lily Stedding. Here on the right-hand side of the racetrack, and Wyatt Stanley's half scale. He's out of Kentucky. Multi-car teams for both Stedding and Stanley camps. Big-time supporters of the PDRA. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. They begin to work their way in. Stanley set to go. Lily completes the stage process. Here comes the tree. 10th thou too soon for Wyatt. Lily's going to be 50. And at the other end of the racetrack, Lily Stedding stops the clock at 9:12. 71 miles an hour, 9:18 for Wyatt Stanley. 71 on speed as well. Here comes Ashley Franklin and Zach Shirkey. Summit side, that's going to be Zach Shirkey's originally Maryland-based Nyzak Marine half scale. And you look across the racetrack, and there is the 16-year-old out of Fredericksburg for Franklin Electric and SmartCom Home Technologies. Ashley Franklin. She had Tommy out there. They'll back away from the race cars here in just a moment. The idles up where they want them to be, going into that pre-stage beam. Looking for 7,900 here in testing. This is the category of Pro Junior Dragster. Qualifying off of a lapse time later on in the weekend. Solid reaction times for both, 22 to the 26. Franklin closing in on the 660-foot mark. She'll go 793.8, 81 miles an hour, 795 at 80 for Zach Shirkey. Once again, Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, and Pro Street. You are on a standby call. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street. Those three categories, standby call. Spencer McGee and John Krieger Jr. With their burnouts come to the starting line. That's the Hampton, Virginia-based half scale for Century 21 Realty and Meineke Car Care. John Krieger, left-hand side, the 13-year-old. Home in South Carolina for Spencer McGee. Ashton Hallis, Charlie O'Mara. And it's going to be 794 laps time. Charlie O'Mara at 81 miles an hour. Closer to the index here in testing. And Ashton going to go 808. Session number 2. Our next pair going to come to the starting line. Math and Alyssa Tillman. Rico, Virginia. Mike Boss chassis. Super Slot Hobby entries and Brooks, the WL Black and Associates. Mike Boss. Biggest car, Summit side. 34 to a 33, nearly identical reaction times. Brooks McMath. Closing into the finish line at 796, 792 there at 82 miles an hour, Alyssa. Applied team for Danica Miles. We 001. Watch the elapsed time, 794 here for Danica. 81 miles an hour. Flat at 82 miles an hour. On the right side. Justin Kirby, Carson Oil. Your next pair here. Carson Oil out of Hickory, North Carolina. Chris Reedy Racing. TI Performance Products and Maxima Oil sponsored machine, and Justin Kirby's 2019 half scale here on the right side. So Macy Underwood, Mallory Maddox. Next pair up, you got Macy Underwood. Bring on the right side, 17-year-old out of Virginia, Mallory Maddox, Lynchburg, Team Rustburg Auto, 2018 half scale. Make their second attempt here in testing of the weekend. Finish out what we have in the staging lanes of junior dragsters, go into some track prep, and then we'll bring our pro categories back out. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, and Pro Street hit the track here shortly. Maddox, final move into the beam, left side. 21 to a 41. Brad, reaction time here goes to Mallory Maddox. Scoreboard is going to light up the elapsed times of 7:95 at 81 miles an hour for Mallory. Macy goes to 8:01. 81.28 the speed. And our next pair is going to be between C.J. Jenkins and Caitlin Page. C.J. Jamesville, North Carolina. Professional Staffing Solutions entry and Caitlin Page's ECP chassis. They're on the Summit side. .25 to a 62. CJ is better at the starting line, and closer to the index going to be Caitlin. Just 100th of a second. Caitlin Page is 7.94, 7.95 for CJ Jenkins. Now it's going to be Ryan Harris and Chris Suppers. So Chris Suppers, number one on the side of that half scale to Teak Excavating, the Manassas, Virginia Maze team. On the right-hand side, and Ryan Harris coming down from Canada, Team Mountain Tire. That's the Black Magic half scale. Your attention to the pits, please. Attention to the pit area. We're going to make our first call. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, and Pro Street lanes 1 and 2. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street. Lanes 1 and 2 are open for you. Go ahead and start to bring them into the staging lanes at this time. .007 for Chris Suppers. Very solid reaction time, and they're going to run 7.903. Wow. He is 10 total here. Ryan Harris going to go 0.19 and 7.87.9, 82.17 the speed. Now you got Ava Maloney. TT Motorsports, Mike Boss. Free out of Brentwood, New Hampshire. Nick out there. And Klein Simpson. Klein, Ohio Cat side of the racetrack. That's the half scale out of the Kiefer Simpson design camp. Thou red for Ava. And Ava's going to go 8 flat. Look at that, 7.905. Nice run for Klein. 82 miles an hour. Here comes Ethan Setting and Cameron Helms. Cameron, Midland, North Carolina. It's the half scale here on the right side. Ethan Settings, P2 Contracting, Carnegie, Pennsylvania-based entry. Summit Lane. 8th and 3 thou red, and he will run 7:97.1. 80 miles an hour. Cameron's going to go 7:88, 200ths of a second quick off that 790 index they were looking for.
Winning doesn't just happen. You have to engineer it. You have to test it and make it better than it was the last time. Our engineers have the passion to create the parts you need, the way you need them to be, again and again and again. We've led this game for over 40 years, and we design, refine, and perfect every valve train part worthy of the winner's circle.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see fuel tech everywhere.
So track prep is underway as we prepare to go into session number 2 of our pro categories today at Summit Motorsports Park, day number 1 of the American Doorslammer Challenge. We have called Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, and Pro Street. Those 3 categories, lanes 1 and 2, are open for you.
Fabrication for all their header building and exhaust system needs. Find them in all motorsports outlet. So make sure to check them out on the web at www.ProFabrication.com. We'll see you in the pit area this weekend. It's been over 18 years since Terry Bigger Race Cars built their in-house design 20,000 square foot facility rocker arms, valve springs, and a complete line of valve train components are available at compcams.com.
Child safety is making faster, safer. It's your job to make your car as fast and responsible as possible. It's Stride's job to protect you during your ride and slow you down when you're going through your fun zone. Stride makes world-class poses, seatbelts, and much more right here in the good old USA. Stride safety is with you every step of the way. The dangerous sport is safe every time. To know if you visit
offer significant increases in power and durability. Less friction means less wear. These advanced profile rings also come in our new gas-motor design and at a price anyone can afford. The total sealed diamond finish rings come as low as $6 million, with oil limitations as low as 2 pounds for the ring set, naturally aspirated and moderately underscore application. The total seal is also expanded its line with engine assembly tools to include 2 and 5
All right, your attention out there in the staging lanes. Once lanes 1 and 2 are filled up, you go ahead and utilize 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4 are open for Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, and Pro Street. If you are stuck way out there in the back, go ahead and pull around and fill up lanes 3 and 4, please. They are open for you.
If you're serious about being in the winter someday, then you have to be serious about Callie's performance products and energy manufacturing. Callie's crankshafts, camshafts, and connecting rods have grown to be the industry leader for innovative product design. Now with our sister company, Energy Manufacturing, we have the complete package from top to bottom for your next engine. Callie's performance products and energy manufacturing are proud to team up with the PDRA Drag Racing Series. Be sure and visit Callie's online at
When you want proven performance, there's one brand that's been around since 1938. Building the finest American-made performance products for the street and the track. Edelbrock's Total Power Package delivers dyno clean parts for maximum results. Edelbrock has thousands of made-in-the-USA performance products for all makes and models. Visit Edelbrock.com to get your free Edelbrock Performance Catalog and to check out the latest products we have for your ride. If you're looking for the ultimate one-stop shop for everything and anything to do with drag racing, look no further than our official online classifieds at racingjunk.com. That's the world's largest online motorsports marketplace, racingjunk.com, where you can connect with other racers to buy, sell, or trade all your racing junk. With over $275 million worth of product listed every day, you'll find what you're looking for and more. And best of all, it's free. It's free to join. And it's free to post your ads on racingjunk.com. So get ready to start selling.
Who do top PDRA racers and engine builders depend on for their hose and fitting needs? Brown & Miller Racing Solutions. Brown & Miller offers the lightest, most flexible products available on the market today. Visit their website, www.bmrs.net today. Comcast parts to make big horsepower on the strip and the street. Each part is built by the industry's largest team of engineers and backed by a knowledgeable technical support staff. Camshafts, lifters, rocker arms, valve springs, and a complete line of valve train components are available at compcams.com. Nash Competition Engines has been in business building racing engines and delivering quality machine work for almost 40 years. Located in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada, about 1.5 hours from Buffalo, New York. Our fully tooled machine shop specializes in boosted, nitrous small block, big block, and import engines. We also handle most block cylinder head repairs and stock parts for all your racing needs. We're happy to support the PDRA and helping the Pro Street class grow. So please visit us so we can help you. Rail Battery, USA made in sunny Florida since 2009. Powering top drivers and racing teams around the world for over a decade. Street cars, track cars, Harleys and boats. We have options for all the AGM and smaller, more powerful, and longer lasting. Rail Battery.
Racing is a lot of fun, but it's also dangerous. Your family and friends depend on you using the highest quality race safety gear on the market. That's why you should always race for Stroud. Stroud produces high-quality, innovative race safety gear. Don't just think of yourself. Think of the ones who love you. For more information, visit StroudSafety.com.
All of Maxima's engine oils contain a double zinc formula. The first zinc activates at lower temperatures, protecting engines during startup. Once the engine warms up, the second zinc activates, again adding to performance and engine protection while in the heat of battle. To learn more about Maxima Racing Oils or find product for your performance racing needs, visit MaximaUSA.com.
Liberty Skiers is your elite manual transmission specialist. From street stock to pro mod, their in-house machine shop gives them the advantage to make sure their customers are getting the best quality products possible. Check them out on the web at www.libertyskiers.com or at 586-469-1140.
Rail Battery, USA made in sunny Florida since 2009. Powering top drivers and racing teams around the world for over a decade. Street cars, track cars, Harleys and boats. We have options for all your AGM and lithium batteries. Lighter, smaller, more powerful, and longer lasting. Rail Battery. Maurice Motorsports Insurance offers racers broad packaged insurance policies that don't leave gaps in coverage. We offer affordable on and off track coverage for racers, and starting in 2023, perfect run and best package programs, along with our contingency program. You spend money on insurance to get to the track already. Now collect money when you win. Visit them online at MauriceMotorsportsInsurance.com or scan the barcode on the banners here at the track. Race-winning reliability? No problem. Record-setting technology? No problem. M&M Transmissions has what you need. They build everything custom from transmissions to torque converters. You can also get their latest and greatest shifter design that most of the current race cars have. Check them out on the web at www.mndmtransmission.com or find them on Facebook, M&M Transmission. WS Construction, located in Providence, North Carolina, specializes in pre-engineered metal building erection. They have more than 25 years of experience and have experience with buildings up to but not limited to 1 million square feet. WS Construction has jobs that are located all over the U.S. and take pride in efficiently providing safe and quality erection services to their customers. Satisfied customers include Microsoft, and Rockwood. WS Construction, the performance team. Visit WSConstruction.com for more. If you're pushing for big horsepower, then you're going to need a forged aluminum piston you can handle. That's where Ross Racing Pistons come in. For nearly 40 years, Ross Racing Pistons has continued high performance needs and pistons. Superior products made in America. Then Sonny's is the choice. With over 53 years in business, Sonny's leads the way. We have a complete in-house facility for manufacturing our own parts and components. Our research and development is second to none. Sonny's Racing also offers on-site technical advice and races. Visit our website at Sonny'sRacingEngines.com for all your racing needs. The world's quickest playmates to the widest
since the mid-80s, producing videos, setting colorful location, our facility can connect to 1,000 yards an hour, and our 3 large and portable machines are capable of handling all of your apparel needs. So if you need top-quality silkscreen t-shirts, whether it's in one color or all colors, box t-shirts, or jackets, just call or Susan Hill and we'll work with you to exceed your expectations.
Activates at lower temperatures, protecting engines during startup. Once the engine warms up, the second sync activates, again adding to performance and engine protection while in the heat of battle. To learn more about Maxima Racing or find product for your performance racing needs, visit MaximaUSA.com.
Penske Shocks is the leading shock manufacturer in all forms of motorsports. Helping racers is what we do. Winning is what we strive for. Home run is winning records and championships. Let Penske Shocks show you what power shocks are all competition. Whether it's cold or good, we have the shocks that make the difference. Come find a Penske Shocks representative or dealer today and feel the difference.
Fulton Racing Engines, building record-setting and championship-winning engines since 1972. Our reputation speaks for itself. Whether it's the PDRA Pro Nitrous Way, first and only nitrous chloride to run 350s and 210 miles per hour, or the Pro 275 nitrous record of 365. Fulton Racing Engines can provide you with a durable and top-performing engine like we do for Mo Hall, Jim Halsey, Stacy Hall, and Erica Coleman, just to name a few. Fulton Racing Engines, built for champions.
All right, so we're going to kick things off here in session number 2 in our professional categories between Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, and Pro Street. Jim Halsey's going to come back to the starting line, right-hand side of the racetrack. Winningest driver, PDRA history. Winning world champ. That 68 Chevrolet Camaro here on the Ohio Cat side. So Tim and Scott Kincaid over there with that silver Chevrolet Camaro. Scott behind the wheel. Halsey's out of power, and there goes Scott Kincaid, 4.015 at 140 miles an hour. Halsey was 949 in the first 60 feet. Daddy Shark Chevrolet clicks it off to a 561. The lap time at only 96 miles an hour. The opening pair goes down. So now Marcus Butner and Melanie Salemi will be our next pair. First, Melanie, Summit side. Her Chevrolet Camaro, and Marcus Butner, Butner Construction Team. Contractor out of Tobaccoville, North Carolina. Pat Musey 973. Pro Boost Machine versus Pro Nitrous. We'll bring Melanie. Pre-stage beam. Left-hand side of the racetrack. Second time that these drivers have been down the racetrack so far this weekend. Melanie goes nowhere, and Butner clicks it off before the 660-foot mark. 380, 100 miles an hour. Melanie's car launched it immediately. She out of the tires and turned sideways, and she coasted on down at 10:22. All right, so Cam Clark and Mike Achenbach. Yeah, so Cam Clark, I believe, for Mark Engel this weekend, that Pat Musey powered first gen Camaro. Mike Achenbach, team out of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania, Deep Purple Chevrolet. Now it's going to be Ed Burnley completing his burnout. Ohio Cat side of the racetrack, the 69 Ironman Camaro. Over out of Maryland. You are out in the staging lanes. Go ahead and start to pull up. Tighten up the staging lanes out there. 1 and 2 are open, 3 and 4. If you are overflow, pull into 3 and 4. They are open for you as well. Your categories of Extreme Pro Stock and 632. Extreme Pro Stock and 632. This is a standby call for you. Stand by for those two categories. So the Bullseye Turbo Mustang, that's Bill Devine, Summit side. Hold on, Bill Devine. That car's moving towards the wall. 56 at 123. Driving out there, and only 799. Shattered down low for Ed Burnley. So now Jay Cox, car number 2 out of the Butner Construction Camp, or the Pumpkin, one of those patent UFC powered machines. Agostino's beautiful Chevrolet Camaro sitting over there on the far side. Agostino and Cox. Stage bulbs are lit. Watch the right side. 379. Clicks it off a little early for Jay. He's going to have some problems at 599. Jay was 941 down low. Car was moving at half track without a doubt. One of the better runs we've seen out of our Pro Nitrous competitors. All right, Billy Albert and Blake Housley. Got that 41 model Willys for the chassis builder from Lee's Summit, Missouri. Flying H or Extra. Ever been there? Never been. Put the PDRA World Tour there next year. Billy Albert. Engine builder, of course, with that El Chapo. 69 Camaro for structural mechanical. Oh, violent tire shake for Blake. The first 60 feet. Billy experiences the same, just a little further out. 629 for Billy, 775 for Blake. All right, now we've got Dave Romer. That's Team R&R Auto Body, the Gladiator. First gen bow tie out of North Ridgeville, Ohio. First Ricky Smith Ricky, Team Parkway Ford. The Blue Oval Mustang. Coming back to the starting line here on the right-hand side. Team SoCal, all on board. Pat Busey powered. This car of Ricky Smith. Two nitrous combinations here for our Pro Nitrous racers side by side. Buck horsepower left, Pat Busey right. Standby call. Romer does what so many has done there on the left-hand side, but look at Ricky Smith. There's low for the round, 366.2 at 207.27. Very nice run out of Ricky Smith and his team. Parkway Ford A to B. And as I was talking about a minute ago, that standby call, we'll go ahead and make that now. Standby for Extreme Pro Stock at 632. Extreme Pro Stock at 632. This is a standby call for you. So here comes Team Fuel Tech and Rodashan Masato. I can't wait till Scotty tries to say that this weekend. Gosh, when he finally shows up. Probably be tomorrow. But, yeah, he'll look at the screen and just be dumbfounded. And Jackie Salone over here on the right side. The Milan, Michigan. Salone Boys Racing Camaro. Jackie works at General Motors. Stayed up north. Rodashan's in. Jackie Salone set. Both cars. About 120 feet. Flick him off. Jackie 631. Rodashan 616. All right. Here comes Team Galat. Dustin Nesloning. Summit side. Across the racetrack, and that is the Proline powered blue Chevrolet of Scott Lang. He's seen impressive numbers out of that race car. I should say out of both. There at Virginia a few weeks ago. They go A to B here. Should be a good side-by-side drag race. Yeah, a little pedal fest there from Nesloni. Flicked it off. 363. Look at Scott Lang. Pro Stock and 632, lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Stock and 632 to lanes 3 and 4. All right, so Kenny Lang and Spencer Hyde, Jack in the green stock. They're out of Canada over there on the left-hand side. You got the World Series of Pro Mod champ taking on a former world champ. Good run on hot rods right here. See if they go A to B. Pro Boost combinations. Spencer Hyde was on a run, 376, clicked it off before the 660-foot mark, and Kenny's car, unfortunately, it only went about 10 feet. So we'll push Kenny Lang off the starting line. We have called Extreme Pro Stock and 632 to lanes 3 and 4. Extreme Pro Stock and 632, lanes 3 and 4, please. Now car number 2 for Galat Motorsports comes back to the starting line. That's going to be Carolina kid Travis Harvey behind the wheel. We have seen some big numbers out of that Pro-Charged Chevrolet. Of course, Team Smokey's Garage. Scott Wildgust, team and the driver out of Canada, Smokey's Garage with their body-styled Camaro. Brandon Steiner doing the tuning duties. Race Car UC here in the Ohio Cat Lane. Travis Harvey pulling double duty as he does each and every PDRA event this season between Pro Nitrous and Pro Boost. Watkins goes towards the center line. Travis goes into tire shake. Both cars, doing what we've seen a lot of, coasting on down. 6:38 and 5:05 elapsed times for both. Tommy Franklin and Chris Reaney, former world champs, side by side. ATI left-hand side, Franklin Electric, SmartCom Home Technologies right side. Two first-gen Chevrolet bow ties here in session number 2. Oh, we got ourselves a side-by-side drag race, and it's going to be Chris Reaney going 366 this afternoon. The Silver Bullet, 204 miles an hour. Tommy had to lift a little early at 382, 163. They were 930 and 929 in the first 60 feet. They were 245 and 246 at half track. And that's when Tommy's car faded away before the top end of the racetrack. Very solid run on a boat. You got WS Construction Zone, Randy Weatherford out of Virginia. So Joe Albright, right side. That's going to be Fletcher Cox's Chevrolet Camaro. Randy Weatherford pulls into the beams, Summit side. Once again, we are going to make the call for Extreme Pro Stocks in 632. Extreme Pro Stock at 632. The staging lanes 3 and 4 open for you. Come on down. Joe's in. Watch the top end scoreboards. 364.4. 207 for Drew Allright. 366 at 206. Here for Wendy Weatherford. Very clean runs out of both of those teams here in session number 2. Albright had the front end hiked in the air. The car nice and straight. Gain some data from that. Go back for session number 3 later this afternoon. All right, so Robert Cox and Preston Tanner coming into the water box next. Preston. It's the Sweetheart Corvette. Rensselaer, Indiana. Talbert Manufacturing and Strange Engineering. Super Street, standby call for the category of Super Street. Attention to the pits. Standby. Super Street. Robert Cox. Cox Trucking Camaro. Far side of the racetrack. Preston Tanner moves into that pre-stage beam. His dad Andy walks away from the race car. Preston, I believe, went 63 in that first session. I wasn't here, so I wouldn't know, but wow, look at Preston Tanner again. Cox is right alongside with him. 364 here at 206 for Preston. So they are within 100th of back-to-back runs. 368 for 203.86. The numbers for Robert Cox. All right, so Ty Casper and the Victus Baseball, that Ford Mustang. James Beadlings Hempstead Falls, Ohio. Camaro, you're on the right side. Not a bad run there for Beetling. About 370, 204 miles an hour, 451, 126. His tie was sucked up next to that left side wall a little bit. Back underway, and Kurt Stedding completes his burnout. We're here on the right side for P2 Contracting, IO Motorsports and Tie Drive. Derek Ward's Camaro, Friendship, Maryland-based Chevrolet. Hold on, Derek Ward. Passing Door even comes open on that race car. 374 for Kurt. Derek Ward took a wild ride in the first 60 feet in the run. Car turned hard sideways and nearly crossed over the center line stripe. As he was bringing it back, that's when the door popped open and raced on down there. So William Brown over there, left-hand side of the racetrack, he made his career best run in the opening session. 366 at over 205 miles an hour. All right, so Brandon Stroud doing the tuning duties on Derek Brown's Camaro. That tire shake early on in the run for both of those race cars. Brown coasted 673, 629 for the Camaro. All right, this is going to be John Vergot's A1 Automotive sponsored Camaro, Pennsylvania. Buck horsepower combination. And Jason Harris, blue Camaro out of North Carolina. Well, Jason, 361.2. Look at the numbers there on the top head scoreboard. 207.46 the speed. John Burgotts was actually lined up outside of the groove there. Shook the tires right at the hit. Coast on through at 6:59. All right, so here comes a two-time PDRA World Champ making his Pro Boost debut this weekend. That's Stefano over there on the left-hand side. Final call, Pro Stock at 6:32. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Final call, Pro Stock at 6:32. DeStefano breaks the blower belt right there. And the right lane's going to coast on down. The Larry Nance Camaro for 28-123. Doug Nickel. UC-powered Camaro. Very winning combination we've seen over the last couple of seasons. 41-31 for Doug Nickel. Super Street, lanes 1 and 2, please. Attention to the pits, Super Street. This is your call. Super Street, lanes 1 and 2. So Bill Neary's Chevrolet come to the starting line, right side. This comes off that weekend running Mount Motor Pro Stock there at Joliet. If they got their primary motor back. I posted about how he hurt a motor, had to throw their spare in. JC Beatty and that ATI Performance Products Camaro. Over there at Summit side. Yeah, Bill shoves the clutch pedal in, and JC is going to have his own set of issues, 679 and 483. Your attention to the pits. Super Street lanes 1 and 2. Super Street 1 and 2. So Chris Holdorf, it's going to be the Wood Custom Concrete Pontiac here on the right side, and the Oakley Competition engine-powered Camaro. Talbert Manufacturing in Rensselaer, Indiana, where she calls home, Alexi Tanner. Nitrous backfire for Lexi. And Holdorf's going to go 423. Final call, Super Street. Super Street, final call. Super Street, final call. Street lanes are open for you. All right, so the HRE Manifolds Camaro, Dave Hughes, and Elijah Morton. Allen Competition engine powered Ford. Over there on the left side. Oh, tire shake for both race cars. Morton, see the chatter marks down on the starting line. Both will coast on down 686 and 735 here. All right, so the Sonny's world-class racing Camaro, Chris Powers, HVAC, back out of Pennsylvania, comes back to the starting line, left-hand side. And Dylan Voss. Dylan, that yellow Chevrolet Cavalier. The Voss family. And a little driving job out there by Chris Powers at 405, 176 down the Summit lane. Voss wishes to an 1103. Now Dwayne Rice, team out of Ohio. There with the Miller Racing engine, DR Excavating Camaro. Jeremy Huffman going to be right alongside in the Ohio Cat Lane. The Patriot Axe throwing Cobalt. Jeremy and Dwayne into the stage beams they go. They're set. Tree fires. got some issues. So does Dwayne. They just on down to the top end. And 6:04 is going to be Dwayne Rice as the lapse time. Dwayne's car got about 120 to 150 feet out. Jeremy had his problems in the first 60 feet into the run. Your attention to the pits, please. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, Bracket Bash. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2, please. Overflow to 3 and 4. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, Bracket Bash. And 1 and 2, overflow 3 and 4.
Winning doesn't just happen. You have to engineer it. You have to test it and make it better than it was the last time. Our engineers have the passion to create the parts you need, the way you need them to be, again and again and again. We've led this game for over 40 years, and we design, refine, and perfect every valve train part worthy of the winner's circle.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Buddy Perkinson. Scott Wise. Scott, National Virginia. Corvette. Pedal fast out there for Scott. 405 at 182. Buddy, A to B on that run. LAT Camaro, 381.0, 194 the speed. Here comes Pimpin' Olympic, Jamie Fowler, the PD Fleet Chevrolet. There on the left side. Yeah, Jamie hikes the front end up. The car pushes left, and that's when he's like, yeah, we're done. 587 and 75 miles an hour. 455, 137 for the dragster. Kyle Harris and Barry Daniluk. Coming up now, this is the battle between the Canadians. Eh? Wow, Kyle Harris, 387.9. Nice run at over 188 miles an hour. Daniluk slows up about 4.5 tenths from last run, 444 at 169. All right, continuing to work our way through Top Sportsman, Top Dragster in our bracket bash. Second session of the day. Day number 1 of the American Doorslammer Challenge. Yeah, Dan Osborne, 455, 154 miles an hour. That's 63 split window Corvette. Now Kellen Farmer waiting in the water box. Father and son duo. Chassis builders. Team Race Tech. So Kellen, staged and ready to go, summit side. 14 green and 384. 186 for the speed. Now it's going to be Dickie Smith. Here in the Ohio Cat lane. Dickie, problems at the starting line. Cars coasting on down. Cars 396, 182. Now it's going to be Mike Clark. Up the Challenger, Smokey's Garage. They're on the left side. Mike Clark's 115. And we go 606. Dragster 415, 170 miles an hour. Now it's going to be Tim Molnar here on the right-hand side. Yeah, Craig Addis, 006, 362. Down the summit side, 200 miles an hour. 550 to only 91. Mike Kopko and Nicole Zuccarelli. Kopko over there on the left-hand side. Completes his burnout. Nicole starts to back up in the Ohio Cat lane. Mike Kopko, 398.7, 180 miles an hour, 457 and 150 for Nicole. Frank Folter's coming up next. Candyman entry. Then the left-hand side. Corvette down the summit side. 002, 436. Nice run. 162 miles an hour. 461, 148 alongside. Here comes Bad Eye Breiniger in the Mustang. Breiniger's Ohio-based Ford. On the left side. Breiniger was going to go 435 here. 161 the speed. 469, 148. For the dragster there. Chris Snyder, Ohio-based Corvette. For Dr. Gary Schween Motorsports. Buck-powered entry here on the left side. All right, so Tim Papp in that red Corvette. Coming to the starting line right now. Half auto body. Illinois-based Chevrolet. They're set. 3 fires. Tim Pep's going to make a clean run here at 381. 195 miles an hour. Alan O'Brien's dragster out of Greenbrier Excavating. Trying to move over there towards the center line. First 60 feet of the run. Clicks it off at 675. 493 for the Camaro. Your attention to the pit area, please. Attention to the pits. Staging lanes are closed for Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash. Staging lanes are closed for Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Bracket Bash. Old school Ford and Chevy. Shoots her out early there on the right side. 397, 165. And 465, $141. So Dan Ferguson back here to the starting line. Dean Young Motorsports Camaro. And Terry Albert there on the left side. So Jerry turns it loose and lifts early. Dan Ferguson lifted earlier than Jerry over there, 525 to the 445. There the Buyer Trailer Sales Mustang for Boyd Buyer. Round's complete there, right side of the racetrack. Boyd Buyer pedals it. Tony Fagnelli is going to go 440 here, 155. Boyd at 522. Your attention to the pits, please. Pro Junior Dragster competitor Ray Schuler, car number 100X. Ray Schuler, car number 100X, and Pro Junior, if you could come up to race control, please. They'll be at the top of the grandstands. Preferably take the elevator. Your attention to the pits. Attention to the pit area. Top Junior Dragster, lanes 1 and 2. Top Junior Dragster, this is your call. Top Junior Dragster, lanes 1 and 2, please. So Andy Horn, Schaff Engine Services powered Mustang. There on the left side, Derek Wolf and a Wolf Trucking, that American race car. The pre-stage beam lit up, ready to go. Andy Horn, 42 at the let-go. Whoops at 43, 415, 171 miles an hour for Andy Horn. 445, 157 alongside. All right, so we have made the call for top junior dragsters. Top junior dragster, session number 3, lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragster competitors, this will be your final session. Junior dragsters, this is your final session. We have cut your 4th session today due to weather and time constraints. Pete Maduri lifts early, 394, 151. He was 004 here at the starting line. Pro Junior Dragster lanes 3 and 4. Attention to the pits, Pro Junior Dragster. This is your first call for your final session. Pro Junior Dragster lanes 3 and 4, top to 1 and 2. Bring him on down. Here comes Glenn Butcher on a single run. Butcher goes towards the center, coming up on that 660-foot mark. Lifts and get back in at one time, 388.5, 172. Andy Horn, 004 red, and the Mustang, 388, 196, 431, 162. There for the right side. 001. He probably had one of those adjustable American race car steering wheels. He was probably 25 last time, adjusted it a few clicks, and came back 001. That's what we like to see. Wow. Working on the reaction time a little bit and working on the other end, 433, 158. That thing made a hard move down there in the Ohio Cat side. And we nearly seen both sides of the dragster. Woo. Kyler Varnier and Aiden Tillman. Final session and testing here in Top Junior Dragster. 61 thou red for Kylie, and it's going to be 911, 890 for Aiden on the right side. Lily Stedding, Donald O'Mara. Next pair up, Lily Stedding out of Carnegie. P2 Contracting. Donald O'Mara, that's the lucky duck. Carolina, where they call home. Let's see if Lucky Duck's lucky on the tree here. Out O'Mara. We're going to be 00 something. If you're not, gotta have the adjustment. We need to start making adjustable steering wheels for juniors next. Lily and Donald. 3 drops, 76. We talked about one being 00. Well, it's Lily. And at the other end, 901, 71 miles an hour to the 895 elapsed time for Donald. That's going to be Carter Jackson and Alan Bukowski. Bukowski of East Amherst, New York. Gonna be the 11-year-old on the left side with the half scale, and Carter, S&S Electrical Solutions. So Carter Jackson at 16 green, and we're on 8,900. The 913 for Allen, 64 miles an hour. So your attention in the pit area, please. A schedule update. Attention to the pits. We have a schedule update. So we're going to work through this session of Junior Dragsters. This is their final session of Top and Pro Junior Dragster. We will then go into track prep. We will have our third session of our professional categories. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street, Extreme Pro Stock, 632, Pro Nitrous, Cycle, and Super Street. Get through that. We will go into Top Sportsman and Top Dragster, Q1, and time permitting, we will run a fourth session of our pros. When we say time permitting, obviously it's going to be dependent on when we finish Q1 of Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. We will be looking at our weather conditions with temperature and wind. If it is too cold, we will not run that fourth session of our pros tonight. So we will finish out Junior Dragsters here, go into track prep. We'll go into our third session of our pros. Follow that up with qualifying session, round number 1 of Top Sportsman, Top Dragster. We will evaluate the time, see where we're at, and if we feel that we can get a fourth session of our professional categories in, we will do so this evening. If not, we will secure, after Q1, is complete with Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. O'Brien and Wyatt Stanley right here. Wyatt Stanley 9:20 at 71 miles an hour. O'Brien 12:10. Alyssa Tillman and Charlie O'Mara now. This is the Redzilla, Clayton, North Carolina for Charlie. Alyssa. Comes up Summit side. The Super Slots Hobbies Mike Boss chassis. Charlie, 53. Alyssa's going to be 031. This is going to go 791 here. Charlie at 795. John Krieger over there on the left-hand side. 2022 model half scale. The 16-year-old out of Virginia. Krieger at 083, 035 right side. And John Krieger is going to go 804. 76 miles an hour, 798. Here in the Ohio Cat Lane. That's going to be Ashley Franklin, CJ Jenkins. Get Ashley there out of Franklin Electric Camp for half scale. 003. CJ is going to be 029. Watch the top head scoreboards. Ashley Franklin at 796. 795 there for CJ. Spencer McGee. The American flag half scale. On the right side. Double 04 to a 72. 785 there for Spencer. And 788 and 82.27 miles an hour on the left side. Now it's going to be Justin Kirby and Ethan Stedding. Ethan Stedding in the P2 Contracting. Junior on the left-hand side. Justin coming out of North Carolina. 2019 model half scale. Be 789 there for Justin Kirby. Ethan at 784. Ryan Harris and Chris Suppers down. All right, so Mallory Maddox and Camry Helms camming over here on the right side. Midland, North Carolina. 13-year-old with that 2017 Mallory Maddox, Russ Bergato. Mallory is a little red. Cameron's 006. And 798 for Cameron Helms. 49 for Mallory. Zach Shirky and Ava Maloney. Ava Maloney, the TT Motorsports, Pit Stop Auto and Truck, Mike Boss. On the right side, and Zach Shirky's machine. Out of Maryland. Ball on the side. All right, so Zach Shirky, Ava Maloney, back to the starting line once again. Maloney at 047. Zach Shirky's going to be 24. Foul red. And he's going to go 764. Whoa, really quick. And Ava Maloney at 815. Kalen Page going to be making a single run. And 792, 81 miles an hour for Caitlin. Now it's going to be Brooks McMath, Macy Underwood. Next pair come to the starting line. The WL Black and Associates, Mike Boss chassis for Brooks, and Macy over there on the right side from Quinton, Virginia. .26 to a 53. And Brooks is going to go 785 here. Macy Underwood 792.5. Klein Simpson coming up now. In doubt. Testing today for juniors. Klein's 043, and the summit side scoreboard will light up at 787. 81.96 the speed. So we'll go into track prep, and our professional categories will be out next for session number 3 of testing today here at America's Racetrack and the American Doorslammer Challenge at Summit Motorsports Park. We will follow our third session of pros with Q1 in Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. Time permitting, we will run that fourth session of pros tonight, depending on weather conditions.
Winning doesn't just happen. You have to engineer it. You have to test it and make it better than it was the last time. Our engineers have the passion to create the parts you need, the way you need them to be. Again, and again, and again. We've led this game for over 40 years, and we design, refine, and perfect every valve train part worthy of the winner's circle.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
FloRacing is your clear choice. is changing the game and transforming a traditional EFI system into a complete vehicle control unit. Fuel injection, dashboard, data logger, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, staging control, and safety controls are just a few features you can take advantage of with a Fuel Tech system. Get ready to consolidate the electronics in your car and make the switch to Fuel Tech today. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer by visiting their website, www.fueltech.net. Davis Technologies. For 25 years, we've been the leader in traction control, unparalleled tech support, multiple world records, and never-ending journey of speed. That includes software, a simple interface, and proven results made us who we are, and always engineered and made in America. Innovative but never. Dave's you know the best will do. PDRA Products is proud title sponsor for the PDRA Junior Drag Racing Series. With many years of manufacturing experience, creating some of the most unique racing products on the market. Can help put you in the business. Design, manufacture, assemble, and ship. Based headquarters. Is busting at the seams from the USA racing team, covering accessories, cooling products, engine accessories, and components. They have what you need. New for 2022 is a line of Junior Dragster components featuring wheels, steering wheels, fuel cells, and more. PRB Junior has you covered. Visit their online store at prbracingproducts.com and view all of their great products, tech advice, and latest news. PRB Racing Products is track-tested, racer approved. Winning performance, whether at the strip or on the street, is a passion in ProCharger. There are superchargers, then there's ProCharger. From 400 to more than 4,000 horsepower. ProCharger, leading the industry for almost 30 years with unmatched performance, efficiency, and innovation. Unmatched in the number of national championships and major event wins, ProCharger now has well over 200 national championships in the last 15 years. If you demand the ultimate in power hours, visit ProCharger.com. At Schweitzer Dynamics, we provide customers with innovative products manufactured here in the USA while using state-of-the-art CNC machining. Our nitrous kits will work on street cars, drag cars, sand mud drags, drag boat racing, and land speed racing. Each part is designed for optimal flow and is subjected to stringent testing. The quality of our product and our customer satisfaction is our primary focus. To learn more about how Schweitzer Dynamics holds multiple world records, including the world's fastest nitrous car, follow us on Facebook and check out our website at www.schweitzerdynamics.com or call us at 704-966-1210.
Penske Shocks is the leading shock manufacturer in all forms of motorsports. Helping racers is what we do. Winning is what we strive for. Holder of countless world records and championships, let Penske Shocks show you why our shocks are better than the competition. Whether it's quarter mile or 8 mile, we have the shocks that make the difference. Contact a Penske Shocks representative or dealer today and feel the difference.
Summit Racing Equipment is proud to be a contingency sponsor and the sponsor of the Summit Racing Equipment PDRA Pro Stars. Order online anytime at summitracing.com. You'll find millions of parts in stock from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks and off-roading, tools, and more. Summit Racing delivers fast shipping, world-class customer service, and expert tech advice. Download the Summit Racing app to shop anytime, anywhere. Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com. Magnafuel Products, the leader in racing fuel systems, provides the highest quality CNC machine fuel pumps and pressure regulators on the market. All these are properly built with street cars to all aircrafts as a system to meet your needs. So check out keep your fuel moving forward with MagnaFuel, delivering speed, power, and performance for over 40 years. Astro Performance Group is serving a significant role to increase performance as well as protection for engine parts. Total Zero Piston Rings welcomes you to PDRA and DragRacing. Side by side with top engine builders, Total Zero has developed the most comprehensive line of performance piston rings available. All new and true steel top rings are designed to improve and protect extreme temperatures. In Phoenix, Arizona. We also offer a complete line of Pennsylvania-grade assembly lubes and break-in oils. Total Zero has you covered from line to line, street to strip, and lane to lane. Any engine, any size, any budget. Total Zero has one for it. Check out our website, www.totalzero.com, for more information. Perfect run and best
Stroud Safety. Stroud Safety designs and manufactures the racing industry's most durable and dependable safety equipment. Stroud products right here in the USA. If you want to use products that are high quality and made in the USA, reach for the limits with the big blue buttons. For more information, visit StroudSafety.com.
Starting with an 8620 heat-treated and polished lifter body, these tie bar style roller lifters have a pressurized oiling circuit and share many of the components found in Jessel's Pro Series tie bars. Available for all popular blocks, the Jessel Sportsman roller lifters are perfect for all of the most extreme engine packages. Learn more at Jessel.com. Whether you have a street car or a 5,000 plus horsepower Doorslammer, FloTech is the perfect solution for your project. FloTech is changing the game and transforming the traditional power system into a complete
The tractor will come off the racing surface. Drivers are suited up, and this will be our third session of testing. Kicking things off in Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost. There's 3 categories. All right, so backing up here on the right side, that's going to be the Burlington, North Carolina-based Carolina kid Travis Harvey, driving for Galot Motorsports. Look across the racetrack, and there is the Canvas Plus and MJA Installations. Camaro for Mike Achenbach. Car deep purple. Achenbach, the Pro Nitrous entry, and of course Travis Harvey, the Pro Boost machine. Guide both drivers into the pre-stage beam here in just a moment. We'll turn them loose. First pair out here in session number 3. Top bulbs are lit. Travis is in. Mike set. Achenbach is pushing right up against that left side wall. He keeps it off of it, though. 368. Look at the number there for Travis Harvey, though. 363.0 at 208. Almost 209 miles an hour. Mike Achenbach's car was 931 down low, 246 to half track, front end was hiked up in the air. When it finally set it down, he was right up against the wall, had to drive it back to the center of the racetrack. Nice side-by-side run on both of those race cars. Randy Weatherford going to complete his burnout. Over there on the left side. Throw it in reverse, come back to the starting line. Scott Lang be right alongside of him. You look out there and you're probably like, oh, those cars look identical. Well, car on the right side still belong to WS Motorsports Camp. Randy built 2 cars, virtually identical. Sold that one to Scott. About a turnkey operation that's been running very well. 2 Pro Line Camaros come to the starting line now. Randy's out of power. There goes Scott to the top of the racetrack. Look at the number out of him, a 361.0, 209.75. A to B right there for Scott Lang. Hats off to him and his team. Marcus Butner throws that Chevrolet Camaro into reverse and a Butner construction. Twin City rebar, Pat Musey Racing Engines has a 973 combination. And for P2 Contracting, coming back here on the right-hand side, Kurt Stedding comes to the starting line in the Ohio Cat Lane. So we've seen some stellar runs very early on into this third session. Primarily, it's been out of Pro Boost competitors. You'll see the Pro Boost machine, Kurt Stedding, right side. The Pro Nitrous entry of Marcus Butner over there on the Summit side. Butner's set. There's Stedding. Just a slight tire chatter down low. Parts and pieces flying off of Marcus Butner's Camaro, going through the finish line at 366.205 the speed, and 362.210 for Kurt Stedding. go out and pick up some parts and pieces there from Marcus Butner's race car. Here comes Rotor John Masato. Team Fuel Tech. On the right side, and Jay Cox brings that Pat Musey. Powered Butner Construction Camaro to the starting line in the summit lane. Just seeing Marcus. The car go down there and blow the scoop off of it. Jay trying to keep his race car together. All parts and pieces on that thing when it comes off the racetrack. Final call, attention to pits for Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, and Pro Street. Those three categories, final call. You need to be in the lanes for session number 3. Going to be a side-by-side run until the chutes came out early for Jay at 379. Rodejan Masato at 3.702.209 the speed. Cars are going right down the racetrack here in this session. Go back to that second session earlier in the day. A lot of teams chatted to the tires the first 60 feet in the run. That's not the case here. So. So rolling into the water box, be quite a matchup here between Jim Halsey, the Habit of Grace, Maryland, Daddy Shark Camaro. Completes his burnout. We'll come back to the starting line in the Ohio Cat Lane. You look over there, summit side, and that is going to be Melanie Salemi. Melanie Salemi's Camaro been very, very fast in 2023. Team has found its sweet spot, and they are starting to make their charge for a world championship run. A lot of teams did testing yesterday as well over there at Dragway 42 before they came here. 42's having the hootenanny this weekend, aren't they? Yeah. Jim backs off. So that's uncharacteristic to see Jim Halsey have mechanical issues or something happen and him not make the run. So now all eyes will be on Melanie Salemi's race car sitting on the far side of the track.
just not moving as hard as it normally does. It's 249 the half track, and that 3.696 number is the end result. Did twice, and aboard the rock coast on down to 482 and 114.
Stand by, attention to the pits. Stand by for Extreme Pro Stock and 632. Stand by call for Extreme Pro Stock and 632. So Dave Romer, the R&R Auto Body Camaro, and Spencer Hyde. Look at 3.647 for Spencer Hyde this afternoon. 378 Dave Romer trails there on the left side at 196 the speed for that buck-powered Chevy. it's going to be Scott Wildgust. Right side. That's Smokey's Garage Camaro. Crossed up at the burnout. Back here to the starting line and guide him in. Potentially his final run here in testing. Nice run for Scott. 366.1, 208 miles an hour. Smokey's Garage Crew goes A to B there. 421, 182 alongside. Joe Albright, left-hand side, and Robert Cox, that Cox Trucking Camaro. Already pulling up to the starting line. Burnouts are complete. Robert Cox out in front of his race car over there in the summit lane. Guiding his driver in. Joe takes his foot off the gas. Cox at 367.1, 204 the speed. Robert Cox of the team, they've made some very nice runs here in testing today. Consistency is key, and they have it. No doubt about that. Now here comes Derek Ward and Billy Alberts. Billy Alberts Camaro, the engine builder that calls home in Virginia. Mechanical sponsored Chevy. Across the racetrack and see the blue. First gen bow tie, Derek Ward. Extreme Pro Stock at 632. Have them ready. We're going to be calling you. Pro Stock 632. Here very shortly. Billy's car, you could just hear it. It wasn't happy. 397, 191. Derek Ward, he has his own set of problems early on into this third session of testing. Coast on down at 710. All right, Nick Augustino comes up left-hand side. That black Chevrolet Camaro. So Cam Clark, Retail, North Carolina, with D&T Motorsports. Camaro. Oh, look at Cam's car. 375, 201. 395, Nick Augustino, nice run, 203 the speed. Nick Augustino, that was a monster run. Now it's going to be Kenny Lang. Up here on the right side. There's Camaro. One of the Canadian-based teams. Scott Kincaid gets loose, gets up on their wheelie bar and clicks it off at 473. The car was moving hard early into the run. 390, 158 for Kenny. That's going to be Blake Housley. Housley's 1941 Willys, the Jet Club. Flying H drag strip and M&M transmissions. East Summit, Missouri. On the right side. Battle between the Willys here. So I got a little curious. I was like, I've never heard of Flying H drag strip before. Just looked it up. They just did groundbreaking. Building a brand new racetrack out there. And it's going to be 370, 203 miles an hour, 402 for Blake Housley. Now it's going to be John Vergot's A1 Automotive Charlie Buck-powered Camaro coming out of Erie, Pennsylvania. Here on the right side, Larry Dances. LA Camaro. It's been around for quite a long time. Changed up the paint scheme, the design on it a few years back. A long time it was that white and blue combination. They switched to orange and yellow. Now, both cars were laboring down the racetrack for a while before they clicked them off. 395 to a 392. Just they were pretty much dead even. 953 and 60 feet for both. 252.5 and 252.3. And they just on through 395, 392. Your attention to the pits, please. Attention to the pit area. Pro stock at 632. This is your call to the staging lanes. Pro stock and 632. Go ahead and bring them to the staging lanes, please. Westa Stefano clicks it off. Goes through at 570. Offside 460, 167. Gonna bring up Derek Brown now. It's his burnout. They're on the right side. Or William Brown, excuse me. William Brown backs up. Ohio Cat Lane. Some career best numbers out of him. Jimmy Pelkarski. You've seen that race car in 2023. Chevrolet Camaro on the Summit side. No, William Brown's going to be on a single run. That Brown Motorsports Pro Boost Camaro. Yeah, they went 366 earlier in the day. They go 368.9 here at 206 miles an hour. There's a solid, clean run for the team. Now it's going to be Ed Birdley and Jackie Salone, two of our pro nitrous racers. Pasadena, Maryland welder over here on the left side for Ed Burnley. They call the race car the Iron Man, and of course Jackie Salone's blue Chevrolet. 971 out of that Musey shop for Jackie. Well, Burnley goes in a tire shake and flicks it off before half track. Jackie's going to go 375.1 at 203 miles an hour. It was 934 down low. Just about 120 feet out. That's when the car sort of chattered to the tires. Got up on the wheelie bar and moved over to the left side a little bit. Aboard of the run, coast on through 609. James Beadling and Jim Halsey. Burnouts are complete. Beadling won for the Burnout Contest award today. Cabero. Here in the right lane. Jim Halsey had some issues. Let it go and pushed off. Comes back now. Business owner out of Maryland. Jim. Schweitzer Dynamics. Ed Schweitzer on the shots of the tune-up of the race car. The horsepower at a Fulton Competition Engine Shop. Good runs out of both. Watch Jim Halsey, 365.6 at 205. Beadling's going to be right alongside of him, 369, 205 the speed as well. Jim Halsey was 939 the first 60 feet. Very nice run overall down the summit side this afternoon for Jim Halsey. Standby call, Super Street. Super Street, this is your standby call. Super Street, this is your standby call. Ty Casper, the Victus baseball bat Mustang, 4064, 196 miles an hour. That's single run for Ty. Nice clean run for him. Now it's going to be Jason Ventura. This Camaro, putting the burnout on the right side. And Chris Powers. Powers' Camaro comes back to the starting line in the Summit lane. Sonny's world-class racing engines. PDRA world champ sitting over there in the left lane. Your attention to the pit area, please. Attention to the pits. Super Street, lanes 1 and 2. Super Street, this is your call to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Street. Come on down. Here comes Amber Franklin. Amber's going to be on a single run. OG Jungle Rat. UC Power. Fredericksburg, Virginia. Young lady. Family operation down there. That's her sister Ashley. Guiding Amber up to the pre-stage beam. Blake watch it on. Tommy comes up. Gonna check the wheelie bars. Mom standing behind the race car. Amber's 042, and the top end scoreboard at 4.171 at 171 miles an hour for Amber Franklin this evening. And Elijah Morton comes out of the bird out box here on the right side. Morton family in the real estate business. Elijah throws it in reverse. Back to the starting line right side. And Derek Reese is going to be alongside. Battle between the blue oval Fords here. Ford matchup. It's on a Canal, Fulton, Ohio. So Reese is in. Morton set to go. Tree fires. Derek Reese made a big move at half track. 407, 178 miles an hour for Elijah. Derek was right alongside. 976 down low, 269 to half track, and still had the front end hiked in the air. When the car started to make its move, he shoved the clutch pedal in, coasted on through. Now it's going to be Stephen Boone. Boone Chevrolet Cobalt. Here on the right side. Super Street. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Street. Lanes 1 and 2. So Daryl Stewart, the chassis engineering, Camaro, out of Florida. All right. 414, 176. Boone has some issues. Goes on down at 570. Wow, look at Dennis Farkas, 4:05.9. Career best number, 178 miles an hour. But that was a very big run for Dennis Farkas and his team. Throwing it down here in session number 3. Lexi Tanner. We'll start her burnout there on the left side. And out of Grove City, Ohio, here comes Dwayne Rice. Dwayne's Camaro. Pro stock machine. Ohio Cat Lane. That 632 combination. Horsepower to Philip Oakley shop in Kentucky. South side for Lexi. All right, so Lexi and Dwayne. Lexi Tanner, 436, 137, lifts early. 435, 146 miles an hour. Dwayne has his own set of problems. Going down the right side. All right, I believe we're getting used to a little bit of track prep. Got a few more cars, and it'll be time to go into round number 1 of qualifying. And top Sportsman and top Dragster this evening. All right, so the tractor's out on the racing surface. Brooming and grooming, and this is a final call for Super Street. Super Street, you are next out. If you want to make this session, you'd be in the staging lanes, please. Your attention to the pit area, please. Attention to the pits. Top Sportsman, session number 1 of qualifying. Qualifying session number 1 of Top Sportsman. This is your first call to the staging lanes. Please, Top Sportsman, Q1 to staging. So we have called Top Sportsman to the staging lanes for Q1. We have a racer who has lost a small handheld weather station. If you have found a small handheld weather station, you can bring that up to the tower here in race control. If guest services is open, you can drop it off there. Or find a PDRA staff member, and we will make sure it gets back to the owner. Once again, we have made the call for Top Sportsman Q1. Top Sportsman Q1, staging lanes are open. Let's make your way there if you have not already done so, please. Top Sportsman, staging lanes are open for you. So a little track prep is underway, and we are assembling top sportsmen in the staging lanes for session number 1 of qualifying this evening here at Summit Motorsports Park in the American Doorslammer Challenge. Top sportsmen, we need you in the lanes if you are not already there. Top sportsmen, make your way to the lanes. Top dragster, stand by call. We'll follow top sportsmen.
Brisk spark plugs are the best choice for all high performance and racing applications. Brisk silver electrode technology maximizes the spark energy and quality of the spark ignition. Silver is the best conductor around. It conducts 276% more electricity and 177% more than iridium. With brisk racing spark plugs, you get more torque, horsepower, and better quality specs. Engineer our lubricants and your protection from there. That's not all. To be cool, you have to stay cool. Our lineup of cooling products include always expanding our extensive line of products, so check out our new products online. MagnaFuel products have been fueling champions for over 20 years. Visit us on the web at magnafuel.com and like us on Facebook. Keep your fuel moving forward with MagnaFuel. Summit Racing Equipment is proud to be a contingency sponsor and the sponsor of the Summit Racing Equipment PDRA Pro daily driver. Increase fuel mileage and restore power in your street car with VP's fuel system cleaner. Or give your race car a boost with VP's improving your fuel's optimum by up to 7 miles and giving you the flawless match your performance car was built to deliver. That's VP miles. Available at PDRA.com. Look no further than the official wheelie bar of PDRA. And owned by Galot Motorsports. And owned by Galot Motorsports. Manufactures your wheelie bars to the highest quality, making them the only proven wheelie bar on the market. Check out and by Galot Motorsports on Facebook. Or give them a call Jessel's new Sportsman roller lifters feature Jessel's proprietary bronze bushings, the only bushing lifter available with Jessel's unparalleled precision and reliability. Starting with an 8620 deep feed and polished lifting, these Tri-Bar-style roller lifters have a pressurized rolling system and share many of the components found in Jessel's Pro Series tie bars. Available for all popular walks, the Jessel's Sportsman roller lifters are perfect for all the most extreme movements. Construction, the performance team. Visit WSConstruction.com for more. An experienced and professional staff led by manager from Higher Level Performance Engines located in Glendale, North Carolina. The extremely knowledgeable and friendly staff at Ultimate Performance is dedicated to giving you the highest quality, most consistent, and reliable engines in the industry. Ultimate Performance offers Give Nesbitt Performance Engines a call.
Stroud Safety is the industry leader in race safety products. They manufacture high-quality nylon seatbelts that are available in many colors. The industry's most dependable parachutes, ballistic-grade SFI certified blankets, completely custom-fitted fire suits, and much more. And the best part is that it's made right here in the USA. For more information, visit StroudSafety.com.
Racing Tire, because they truly are tires designed for champions. From the pros through the sportsman ranks, the tire that fits your needs. Stop by and visit us in the manufacturer's midway or visit our website for the authorized Hoosier Racing Tire dealer nearest you at www.hoosiertire.com. Performance, whether at the street or on the street, is a passion that puts you. There are superchargers.
All right, so here we go with round number 1 of qualifying this evening here at Summit Motorsports Park in day number 1 of the American Doorslammer Challenge. Donnie Urban will come up Summit side. Selma, North Carolina, the Nesbitt Performance. Blue Camaro. Donnie and Anita, the Urban family. A top contender for the number 1 qualifying spot. And Thomas Brown. Brown's in that buck-powered maroon Camaro. Watch Donnie Urban, finish line, 376.7. 198 miles an hour to the 405, 170 mile per hour charge for Brown down the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack. The opening round of qualifying is officially underway here in Norwalk. So Scott Wise and Buddy Perkinson. The North Chesterfield, Virginia 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. For Buddy Perkinson, a former PDRA world champion and world record holder. The Pat Musey powered machine with LAT racing oil on the side for sponsorship. Problems back in the water box for Wise. Trying to get the car to refire and a burnout completed. Very short burnout. Scott will back up. The Ashland, Virginia split window Corvette. So the ProCharge Chevy left side, the nitrous fed 959 right side. And they meet here in the opening round of qualifying this evening. Buddy Perkinson, 004 and 379 with a 7. 196 miles an hour to the 390. 189 charge for Scott Wise. So Donnie Urban will hold on to the top spot as him and Buddy Perkinson constantly fight for that position going into race day. Next up, Mark Reese, the truck driver out of Dinwiddie, Virginia. The 2014 Ford Mustang at 706 cubic inches. He will take on the Tennessee-based Bob Profab machine there, the old school Chevrolet. The Mandel family made the trip north here to Norwalk this weekend. And if you get the opportunity to take a look at that race car sitting on the Summit side, without a doubt do so. True work of art. The craftsmanship that went into that car is second to none. Bob watching on. Suns do their thing. Reese is in. Mandel set. Tree fires. Here we go. Both cars knock the tire off right at the starting line. Mark Reese made it just a few feet further before he encountered issues. 781. Mandel coast to a 760 elapsed time. So Ken Portuccio behind the wheel of the 1955 Chevy that is owned by Tim Wallace. Over there on the left-hand side, he will take on the Doylestown, Ohio, Max Butcher. 648 cubic inches strong for Maximus. Butcher & Son Demolition Contracting Team of Bruzy Transmissions, Schween Motorsports, on board for Max. Curtuccio. Three-stage bulb is lit. Butcher, they're in. Tree fires. Curtuccio has to lift very early on. Butcher at 039, 448, 149 the speed here in the opening round of qualifying. Two old school blue Chevrolets are going to match up next. Summit side, it's going to be the Milan, Michigan, Ken Langlois. Ken Langlois at 632 cubic inches. That is like the premier old school top sportsman combination. At 63 Corvette with a 632. Big block in it. Nitrous fed Barry Daniluk out there is having some issues. The car will not go into reverse. As you can see, the 69-year-old retiree out of Mooresville, North Carolina is not starting qualifying off as he planned to do so. Daniluk is getting near the time that he has to get back, and it's just not going to happen. So Barry will motor on down the racetrack, and Ken Langlois will be on a single run here. The Lang Transmission Corvette 450, 159 miles an hour this evening for Ken Langlois. So your next pair, coming back to the starting line, we will see the Pontiac GXP for Al Davidowski. He will be taking on that 96 Oldsmobile Cutlass from Milford, Michigan. That's going to be Mike Badia. So Mike Badia, a long time top sportsman competitor over the years has made many trips down here to Summit Motorsports Park. David Alski's car started out life as a pro stock machine years ago. Transitioned itself into a top sportsman combination. David Alski getting up here in Q1 right now. (33-17), and watch the Ohio Cat scoreboard. 4.208 for Al David Alski at $169. 444 at 162 there for Mike Badia. Your attention to the pits, please. Tech inspection. The tech department is closed for the evening. Will reopen tomorrow morning. Tech is closed. Now here comes the battle of first-gen Camaros. The Morrow's Auto Service. Hubbard, Ohio-based Chevy for Brian Warner. He'll be on the left side. He will take on the Gym Attachments entry for Tim and Ricky Molnar. Tim Molnar at 959 cubic inches strong has ran some monster numbers here today in testing. Potential career best elapsed times for Molnar. It's getting the horsepower out of the Albert Racing engine stable. Brian Warner, problems right off the starting line. Molnar, 377, 201. He slows up from what he ran earlier in the day in testing. Went for that number one spot and missed it by just 100th of a second. Caden Wick, the electrician from Stratford, Ontario, Canada. Our neighbors to the north, 604 cubic inches. The K&K Racing team, they'll take on that orange Chevrolet split window Corvette.
Derek, do you know who drives that car on the right-hand side?
I don't.
It's the past winner off the last race on the tour, Mr. Chad Traylor, out of Providence Forge, Virginia. Derek, sometimes you don't need a computer screen. You just need to know that
some
stuff.
things. I feel like today was going good without Scotty here giving me a hard time, and you just take his place. Chad, 004. Caden, 007. 441 for Caden down the summit side, 159. Chad Traylor, 439 there at 155. All because Tyler helped me out.
Yeah, helped you out on the microphone because I didn't help you out by putting in tech cards on the on the computer system earlier.
Yeah, if you want to throw yourself under the bus, we can.
Hey, you know what? If you can't do it, if you can't own it yourself, you're not going to be. Nobody else going to be able to own it for you. Ron Biondo, left-hand side of the racetrack.
I was hoping you know that one.
Yep, knew that one.
Don't know who's on the right side though.
Not on file. the world's
the smallest top sportsman car that you will ever see. Almost looks like a little matchbox out there. But it could be fast. It looks fast.
I believe he went 450s in testing earlier today. The Synergy Composites hot rod. Ron Biondo, left-hand side of the racetrack. Seen oftentimes on the PDRA Tour in the Chevrolet Lumina, left-hand side of the racetrack. I think he is from Ohio as well, Mr. Derek.
Ron Biondo calls home in Macedonia. Oh, I love it. Turbo spooled up. Just look at it compared to Ron Biondo's car. It looks like you could just fit it inside of Biondo at 425, 168 miles an hour, 436. Look at that number, 175. Not a bad run.
Derek, that might be more impressive than Tim Molnar's 377. That
could be.
That little short wheelbase thing never moved a tire, just stuck right on down the racetrack, and goes 436 at 175 miles per hour. Put himself on the qualifying sheet here on
You're
Thursday
right.
afternoon.
Yep, Scott Wasco. Columbia Station, Ohio with the Pontiac over here on the right side. And Jamie Fowler. The Chester, South Carolina PD Fleet entry. So now, back in the day, Tony Fagnelli, who's here this weekend, owned that car you see on the right side, and for whatever reason, Tony felt it would be cooler to buy a Copo Camaro and get rid of his top sportsman car. He tried that, said, yep, this ain't good, and went back to a dragster. Tried that out. Scott Wasco bought this Pontiac GXP, has been campaigning it the past couple seasons. And Jamie Fowler, of course, bought the car you see on the left side. It was a former Pro Nitrous machine. Put his touch on it. PD Fleet stuck on the side door, and he is back out here on tour with us.
So thanks, race fans. We want to thank you for hanging in there for the new Thursday at 7 p.m. debut of Derek Beach's PDRA History. Will be seen live on the History Channel coming up shortly. You'll also see that on FloRacing, because now apparently Derek's a historian.
Well,
but I just want to tell you, you're not at the level of Brett Kepner just yet.
Well, I gave up on the Wednesday night shows, so I figured I would.
Well, I can tell you one person that didn't give up on anything was Jamie Fowler. 381, 194 miles per hour for the PD Fleet Hot Rod, moves all the way up to number 4.
I'm just proud I make it here on time, somewhat, in my own home state. It's only an hour and a half up the road, so it's hard to be late to this one.
It's okay, Derek. I'll be late in the morning.
So,
I can promise you.
Me too. Oh, Scotty already knows. So Jeff Gable and Kathy Gallo now. You got Kathy Gallo's Cobalt in Murraysville, Pennsylvania. Added to the beams there by husband, of course, Jeff Gable. Another one of the Ontario, Canada-based machines. Out of Stratford, the 1971 Duster. Gable's in. Gallo's set. 18 to a 30. Finish line 447 for Jeff Gable. 459 Kathy Gallo this evening. Probably the loudest car in the category here in Top Sportsman, Brian LaFlamme there on the left side. That 1967 model Ford Mustang. It's got a Hemi. He will take on one of the Schween Motorsports race car. Here comes Karsten Nyerges. The buck-powered Pontiac there on the right side. So Nyerges and LaFlamme. Ryan, tire shake right at the starting line, and Karsten, 440 at 162 miles an hour. So the Dodge Stratus will pull up here, on file currently in the P-Link timing system. Now this is going to bring up Nick Maloney. Nick Maloney out of New Hampshire with that red Camaro. TT Motorsports, the Nesbitt Performance Power at 665. Against you strong. And Dennis Gaborio, Ohio Cat side with that Ford Mustang. Dennis and Nick, Ford and Chevy, just about set to go. So Nick Maloney, 423.6, 165 to the 396 there for Gaborio. So now Ed Foley and Dwayne Gogoli. Gogoli's Cedarville, Ohio Performance Clinic Camaro will be here on the right side. For Cox Automotive, that's going to be the Cobalt for Ed Foley. $29 thou red for Dwayne. Problems for Foley. Top into the racetrack, and there's the Camaro at 418.8. 170.73 miles an hour for Dwayne. That's going to put him number 9. Foley, of course, with his run having issues at 686, goes towards the bottom of the category in the number 25 spot. Here comes Chris Osborne out of Oakland, Michigan. Pack Racing Springs, 69 Camaro. Chris Osborne, general manager there at Pack Racing Springs, that 598 cubic inch bow tie for power. We are working our way through Q1 and Top Sportsman this evening. Osborne is 24 at the starting line, and the scoreboard lights up at 4:27.7. 166 miles an hour for Chris Osborne. 48, 114, having some issues down the summit side. Now it's going to be the House of Pain. Mark Payne in that small block Chevy powered Cavalier. EFI. That's an Ellis combination. Dan Osborne will bring the Agitator. Split window Corvette. Pre-stage beam left hand side. So you looking back in the staging lanes, there is a whole herd of cars to come here in Top Sportsman. When I say a herd, I mean a lot. Like, a lot. Ooh, we're not close. That's the best way to put it. We're not close to the end of the round. Osborne's a little late at 102. He drifts around at near half track. And the House of Pain entry goes 4:13.3 at 177. Solid run there for Mark Payne. 4:71.2, 127. Osborne. Now here comes Joe Robacek out of Niceville, Florida. 688 cubic inch Chevrolet for Robacek. Time winner on the PDRA Tour. Robacek turns it way red. Does not matter. Looking all for the elapsed time here. 4:21.2 to 167. 4:26, 166 for the Pontiac down the summit lane. Cheyenne Stanley will back up here on the right side. Calls home in Cynthiana, Kentucky. Behind the wheel of the Ford Mustang you see there. Parker Paving Team. Battle between the Fords here. This matchup. right, so this pair is set to go. Cheyenne Stanley turns it loose, 19 green. Look at Stanley, 387, 3 at 199. Nice run there for Stanley to put him in the number 5 spot here in qualifying this evening. Pete Ignatovich, the Boardman, Ohio, 68 Camaro. So Pete Ignatovich. Here, let's try that one. Let me tell you, we've had to stare at this one for a while here in the tower. I had to phone a friend, ask 4 different people how we're going to pronounce it, and we're doing our best. Troy Finner, that's an easy one. Troy Finner's Camaro out of Rockford, Illinois, the truck driver. Ignatovic with the issues. Troy Finner, 005 red and 419, 171 miles an hour. I believe Calvin Butler's Corvette's going to come up next here on the right side. Sonny's world-class racing engine-powered machine. Calvin Butler, that car launches and goes straight towards the center line. He's going to coast on down to a 7:17 laps time. Left side 5:20, 145 with that Corvette. So now it's going to be Andy Horn out of Delaware, Ohio. BES engine underneath the hood of that Ford Mustang. So the Johnson family's Excalibur, that 55 Chevrolet, the left-hand side. Johnson 4:04.2, 186 miles an hour to the 4:12, 173 charge out of Andy Horn. So now here comes Jerry Albert. Jerry Albert, 665 cubic inch Chevrolet in that 1997 Camaro. Jerry and Tracy, of course, call home in Avon, Ohio. A former NHRA division champ. Made a few races with us here at the PDRA. Jerry had a car, I believe, a new car that he debuted last year, and bringing out Old Faithful here. Tim Papp had to be pushed off the starting line. That's a 380 player. So an unfortunate outing here in Q1 for Tim Papp. So Jerry's going to bump in. All eyes on the Ohio Cat Lane as his Camaro takes on the 660-foot race course. Albert, 4.305, 164 miles an hour. So the Show and Tell Racing Camaro coming back to the starting line here on the right side. The Corvette comes up alongside these two, ready to make their first qualifying run of the weekend here in Norwalk. Oh wow, problems for both. Bonnie Mills gets the car to recover, 421.5, 171, 629. Corvette came up hard on the wheelie bar, slammed back down, and on down there. Oh, this should be a good matchup. Right side will be Glenn Butcher. Glenn Butcher will look across the racetrack and see that blue Chevrolet Corvette at the Schween Motorsports camp for Chris Nyerges. Buck Power left side, Albert Power right side. 2 drivers out of the Buckeye State. The Ohioans line up here in Q1. All right, Nyurges, Butcher set to go. 3 drops. Side-by-side drag race to the top end. 378.9. 198 miles an hour for Glenn Butcher. Up to the number 3 spot. Nyurges 381.7. 195 down the summit lane. Going to be good enough for number 6. Jeff Pittman and Kurt Frederick. Kurt Frederick, the Burlington, Wisconsin 800 cubic inch Camaro. Hickory RPM trailer sales. Entry there for the Chevelle for Jeff and Angie Pittman. So these 2 race cars come to the pre-stage beam now. Pittman left side, Frederick right side. First attempt here in qualifying. Kurt Frederick fades away, 405, 177 the speed. There for Jeff Pittman down the left side. Only a 507, 107 mile per hour pass for Kurt Frederick, who we talked about encountered some issues very early on into the run. I believe that's going to be Brian Stoltz there on the left-hand side. Lebanon, Ohio, comes the maroon first-gen Camaro. All right, so Brian Stoltz, staged and ready. Tire shake and a small pedal there for Brian, 429. Got the car to recover into the other end at 162, 476 at 138 for the Lumina. So Brian Stoltz, that car was riding hard on the wheelie bar. You seen it chatter the tires. He caught it and got it right on down the summit side. This is going to bring up the 1963 Corvette out of Virginia for Henry Underwood, flooring contractor. So Henry Underwood. Final adjustments were made, and here comes that Corvette, staged and ready. And Underwood goes nowhere. Yeah, you could tell there was a mechanical failure right on the starting line. 430, 166. Down the right lane. Your attention to the pit area, please. Attention to the pits. Top Dragster. Top Dragster, this is your first call for Q1. Top Dragster. Staging lanes are open for you. 1 and 2. Staging lanes 1 and 2 for Top Dragster. So our track crew will go out and tend to Henry Underwood and get that race car off the surface. Finish out this opening round of qualifying this evening in Top Sportsman, and then go into Top Dragster. We've made our first call for that category.
PSI Superchargers, your home of mind-blowing performance since 1988. PSI is home of the original screw supercharger used on many of the front-running PDRA Pro Boost, Top Sportsman, and Top Dragsters. Visit us today at psisuperchargers.com.
At Classic Graphics, we're a one-stop shop for all your silk screening and embroidery needs. We've been a leader in the motorsports industry since the mid-'80s, producing everything in-house at our Southern California location. Our facility can print up to 1,000 shirts an hour, and our 3 large embroidery machines are capable of handling all of your apparel needs. So if you're in need of top-quality silkscreen t-shirts, whether it's in 1 color or 8 colors, hats, golf shirts, or embroidered jackets, give us a call or send us an email, and we'll work with you to exceed your expectations.
Thank you to our sponsor, Stroud Safety. Stroud Safety designs and manufactures the racing industry's most durable and dependable safety equipment. Stroud products are made in Kentucky and Oklahoma, right here in the USA. If you want to use products that are high quality and made in the USA, reach for the ones with the big blue patch. For more information, visit StroudSafety.com.
So we are back underway in Top Sportsman Q1. We have called Top Dragster to the staging lanes. Attention to the pits. Top Dragster, you have been called to staging if you were not already there. Pontiac and Corvette. Problems here on the starting line for one. So all eyes are on the Summit side scoreboard. 4:26.2, 165 miles an hour. Yeah, I believe this is a the Elrod Corvette out of the Elrod camp. Unfortunate mechanical failure. I think Brittany's out there working the hardest she's worked all weekend, or all week. Oh, the job's already done. She's walking away, and they're still pushing the car. So, Lester Johnson, Indiana, Kentucky, Corvette, will come up here on the left side of the racetrack now. Dave Wheaton, the FloRacing Camaro. Vince Forcade, excuse me. It's Forcade. FloRacing. So Forcade and Johnson. Now problems for both. You can hear the backfire and the pop and a bang out of Johnson's Corvette at 5:02. Forcade shattered the tires the first 60 feet of the run. Now this is going to bring up Gary Wojnarowski. Wojo out of Sharon Township, Ohio with the Cobalt. 598 cubic inches of power for Gary Wojnarowski. You look across the racetrack and you will see Ronnie Proctor's Harpers Ferry, West Virginia Ford, the Mustang. For Ronnie and Karen Proctor, they have stepped their program up in the performance department this season. We've seen some stellar runs out of Ronnie. First couple races of the season. The Excavator. Cylinder there on the left side. Take on the Machinist. Wojnarowski's in. Tree fires. Here goes the Ford and Chevrolet to the top end. 4:21.2, 168 miles an hour to the 4:30.70 laps time, and 1:53 for Gary Wojnarowski. Here comes Killer Brooks out of Cleveland, Ohio, with that Tri-Area Electric. Machine there. Problems for Bruce Barth. Dragsters, if you would, try to tighten up the best you can in the staging lanes, as we have a lot of you to get into staging. Top Dragster, tighten them up in the staging lanes. Yeah, we got problems with Bruce Barth out there. Trying to be pushed back. But now they're telling him to just go ahead and go down the racetrack. And then Killer, he's got more issues. And now he's being pushed off the starting line. So this pair is not even going to make a run in the opening round of qualifying. So now Dan Ferguson and Gary Grenier will pull into the water box to kick this pair off. So Dan Ferguson behind the wheel of the Dean Young Motorsports Camaro. And coming out of Akron, New York, that's Gary Grenier at 865 cubic inches strong. 63 split window black Chevrolet Corvette. Be on the right side. All right, so Gary Grenier and Dan Ferguson coming to the starting line. Ferguson, if he goes A to B, should be in the top half of the field. Tire shake for Dan. Gary, nitrous backfire there, and they are coasting to the top end. 590 for Dan Ferguson, 1186 for Gary. So the long burnouts are complete. And a crowd favorite without a doubt here in Top Sportsman will come back to the starting line right side. Profab built 5 Chevrolet for the Mandel camp. Alongside black Chevrolet first gen Camaro. Top Dragster should be in the lanes for Q1, please. Top Dragster. If you are not in the staging lanes, you need to be making your way there. Mandel at 0:42, 4:22. Going to be the lapse time, 169 the speed, 476 left side at 152. So that was our final pair in Top Sportsman. Their opening round of qualifying. We'll do a short shuffle there at the racetrack. Some prep will take place. Drivers are suiting up in the staging lanes. And then we will bring out the opening round of qualifying tonight for Top Dragster. So as the track prep will take place, once we finish qualifying with Top Dragster, we will be secured for the evening. So attention to the pit area. We have a schedule announcement. Attention to the pits. Once Top Dragster Q1 is complete, we are secured for the evening. That will conclude Thursday's festivities here at Summit Motorsports Park with the opening day of the American Doorslammer Challenge. We will be sending that out over our text messaging app as well, but we have made the announcement that once we get through this round of Top Dragster, we will be done for the night.
Get ready to consolidate the electronics in your car and make the switch to Fuel Tech today. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer by visiting their website at www.fueltech.net. At Mickey Thompson, we never stop innovating. Stop by today and see all the new drag racing tires that we have to offer, like the insanely quick Pro Black and Lady to the Max Traction ATG. Going to be outstanding. If you need the ultimate street legal drag performance for new and classic American muscle, the ET Street lineup has you covered with the ET Street SS and ET Street R. We call it traction satisfaction. Check out all the Mickey Thompson tires for the street and the drag strip at MickeyThompsonTires.com. Stay on the gas with Mickey Thompson.
So now we will roll in to the opening round of qualifying tonight. Here in the category of Top Dragster, Kyle Harris and Tony Fagnelli is going to kick things off. The Coropolis, Pennsylvania Miller-built race car at 647 cubic inches for Tony Fagnelli. Kyle Harris has that ultra-quick front-engine machine over there on the left side. 385 for 188 miles an hour down the summit side for Kyle. Tony Fagnelli, 439 at 155. And we are underway. Top Dragster qualifying. Sammy Helms and Tim Williams coming back to the starting line now. The Williams Fabrication Race Tech there on the left side for Tim. He will be alongside Sammy Helms, the Midland Engine and Machine, Locust, North Carolina based Horton chassis. A pair of 632 nitrous fed Chevys right here. Tim Williams, 004 red, closing into the finish line at 440. 160 the speed, 432 at a buck 61. Sammy Helms, who was 004 green. Your next pair, Kathy Fisher, her husband Kevin. They call home in Lima, Ohio, the American race car for Mobile Environmental Solutions. Ohio crankshaft, a 547 Pro-Charged Chevrolet. Call the car the Dragoness. Kathy, who you see from time to time, Masters Entertainment Productions, automotive channels, and they're a top contender in qualifying. And a little bit of a pedal fast summit side. 410, 197. No problems whatsoever for Kathy Fisher at 3.815 at a buck 92. That's going to be low ET so far. And two more. Coming back to the starting line, Nicole Zuccarelli, only a 450 player in the category out of Falls Church, Virginia. Another racer that is not currently on file. CompuLink system. A very strong field of Top Dragster competitors sitting back there in the staging lanes. Without a doubt, we will have a full field in both Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. Dave Jamieson, the Racer X. Dave Jamieson, 15 thou red and 3.922. 186 miles an hour down the Ohio Cat Lane this evening. Nicole Zuccarelli, 454, 150 miles an hour. So Jamieson up to the number 3 spot right now. leave the Elrod camp. Come out there on the summit side right now. Oh, wow. Straight up into tire shake, and 702 is going to be the end result. Left side for Elrod, 429, 163. So Justin Fordyce will be coming up next. Fordyce right side, the Crespin chassis at 615 cubic inches. The Harmony, North Carolina mechanic will take on Team Sunoco, an American race car. .62 to a 26 to the let go, and 4:56. The elapsed time for Justin Fordyce this evening, 4:71.47. Here on the left side. Now it's going to be Alan O'Brien, coming out of West Virginia. That is a AMC-powered race tech. Very unique combination that Alan has perfected over the years. To Alan O'Brien, the Barry Allen Racing Engines. CP Racing, tuned dragster. O'Brien, 382 at 194 to the 434, 182 elapsed time. They're on the right side. Ricky Molnar and Bill Fordyce. Molnar coming back to the starting line, left side. An American race car. Take it on. Bill Fordyce's Crespin chassis dragster, the truck driver. And 555 cubic inch triple nickel Chevrolet. Pro-charged right side, nitrous oxide equipped left side. And Q1 of top dragster. Molnar 85 at the starting line, and 427 for Ricky at 163. 385 for Bill Fordyce. That's going to get it up for number 4 right now. Now it's going to be Dickie Smith, your Waldorf, Maryland-based race tech for Cool Shirt Systems and Mazier Enterprises at 582 cubic inch Chevrolet. Believe Robert Pickens will be in the Kidzilla. They're in the right lane. Hike in the front end of the air for Dickie Smith. Pickens at 381.1, 197. The 438, 158 there for Dickie Smith. Now this is going to be Frank Folter. Coming up here on the right side, a single run for the Candyman. Miller-built race car with a charged Hemi. Folter is going to run 378.5, 196 the speed for Frank, who takes over your new #1 qualifying spot by 0.03 of a second. So that number could be short-lived. Coming back to the starting line, Ohio Cat side of the racetrack, that's going to be the KB trailer sales entry of Brian Keller out of Macedonia. He'll be alongside Howard Michael. That race car in the summit lane. So Keller's in, hiking the front end of the air, and he sets it down, taking his foot off the gas, lifting early. 571 for Brian. Howard Michael has his own set of problems, 721 and only 105. But Brian Keller, by far, has the potential to be your number one qualifier. He was 928 in the 60 foot, first 60 feet of the run. 928, wow. So as soon as those two will clear safely off the top end, we'll send our next pair. Yeah, problems for Gabe Miles, who's going to be pushed back to the starting line right side. That is the former Tom Martino ride. Like the Max Sherrill chassis. And we will see if Miles makes the run, though. To the Elgin, South Carolina, Miles rolls in deep. And they are going to struggle, unfortunately, here in the opening round of qualifying. 5:08, 149, 4:32 at $1.60 down the left side. So now Tom Reese and Chad Traylor. The Providence Ford Virginia American race car for Chad. Over here on the right side, that 615 cubic inch Chevrolet. And Tom Reese out of Leroy, Ohio. The 1999 undercover race car. The car, Old Faithful. .003 for Chad, and it's going to be 442, 154. Tom Reese, 434 at 158 miles an hour. This is the number 14 spot. Chad to number 18 there. All right, so Ashley Strickland, we're here on the right side, that M&M chassis out of Harrisburg, North Carolina. Ashley, 12 going by the tree, clicks it off early, 434 at 124. So the Wolf Trucking machine on the left side. '28 to an 18. Closing into the finish line. I believe Tyson Favre's 389, 186, 443, 157 for Wolf. So our next pair not entered into the CompuLink system yet. 64 to a 20. Top end at 404, 175, the 458, 149 charge. Now it's going to be Tom Martino and Patrick McMath. Tom and Ryan, the Youngstown-based Maddox-built race car for Team Lucas Oil. Of course, Patrick McMath has the WL Black & Associates race tech over here on the right side. The new race car that the Martino family has debuted this year. New marketing partners on board. They have ran with a nitrous combination for many seasons. Made the switch to the 540 cubic inch ProCharge setup here in 2023. Tom Martino. Finish line 381.7, 190 miles an hour to the 429 laps time for Patrick McMath at a $163. That's going to put Tom to number 4. And we're unfortunately pushing another one off the racetrack. I believe John Parks will be on the left side. Be a single run now. 4:58, 179. He pedaled it. Now it's going to be Nick Shirkey. Shirkey, the Ridgely, Maryland, Nyasack Marine Race Tech. Coming to the pre-stage beam on the right side. Stage bulbs are lit. Tree fires, and they are out and away. 75 to a 45 in the reaction time. 4:05, 180 miles an hour to the 4:59 elapsed time there for Nick Shirkey this evening. Now it's going to be Mike Kopko and Larry Cox. Larry Cox in Mechanicsville. Larry's auto repair, American race car, and for Mike Kopko, the Steel City Rocket. Burgettstown, Pennsylvania. There goes Mike Kopko to the top end at 3:88.0, 185 miles an hour tonight. Larry Cox trails at 4:43 at 1:57. Well, that is going to put Mike Kopko up to number 8 right now. Frank Folter sets at number 1 at 3:78.5. Kellen Farmer come up here in the right lane now. His dad, Russ. Of that charge combination. Race Tech. Big time wheels up leave there for the dragster left side. Almost crossed over the center line. Kellen Farmer, 382, 188 the speed for the 486 elapsed time on the left-hand lane. Now here comes JB Donati. Donati out of Rico, Virginia. 615 cubic inch, big block. JB's 002 to the 11. Over there on the right side, 467, 147 for the Ohio Catling. JB at 445, 161. Now it's going to be Lucas Salemi from New York. Salemi on the right side. Salemi, let's go to B40, and the scoreboard will light up at 446, 154, 451, 151 miles an hour. Down the left-hand lane. Next up, Pete Maduri. Maduri out of the Niagara Falls, New York. Right with that Chromeworks race car, Team Dynabraid. Braid Power Tools and Jansen Power. Pete's pre-staged for World Champs, sitting on the left-hand side. Set to go. Maduri pulls away to a 376 elapsed time, 195 with a 427 162 charge. So Pete Maduri takes over your number one qualifying spot by 200ths of a second. Now it's going to be Nick Maloney. Backing up, left side of the racetrack. That's 665 cubic inch Nesbitt Performance Chevrolet. So Maloney starts to bump in. He's ready to go. Right side set. Trees down. 429, 160 miles an hour to the 436, 163 laps time, and speed out of the right lane. Number 001, 003 going by the starting line. Now it's going to be Angie Travis. Angie Travis out of North Carolina, the Miller-Built race car. Green closed trailer sales. Shane Max Butcher. Trying to Doylestown. Double duty this weekend between Sportsman and Top Dragster. 3-car operation now. Between him and his dad. Angie, 42 thou red. He's going to run 390, 183, 457, 151 the speed for Max Butcher. Now, Steve Furr, former world champ in the category. Out of North Carolina. Right trailers. That American race car will back up left side. All right, this pair just about set to go. Furr, let's go off the top. Turns at 21 thou red. And he will be going to a 387 laps time. 185 miles per hour for Steve Furr. 437, 157. And then on the right side. And now this is going to be Ashley Johnson and Shannon Roberts. Ashley Johnson has the Spitzer race car, Cynthiana, Kentucky. And Shannon's Race Tech, 632 cubic inches. Nitrous fed power. Greenville, South Carolina. Now Johnson's car rolls the beam. Shannon Roberts will go 439 here and 155. Now this is going to be Larry Roberts. Roberts Equipment and Repair, South Carolina. On the right side. 540 Pro-charged Chevrolet. Nearing the end of the opening round of qualifying here in Top Dragster this evening. cars staged, or pre-staged, I should say. Taking their time to find the stage beam. .009 and 380. 191 miles an hour for Larry. 441, 154 down the left-hand side. So that is going to put Larry Roberts up to number 3. Pete Maduri still holds on the top spot right now. 376. Or excuse me. Yeah, 376.3 at 195. Tisha Wilson and Russ Whitlock. Whitlock 382.8, 191 the speed, 445 for Tisha this evening. That's going to put Wilson number 41. Whitlock goes to number 9. Two more come to the starting line. Sunoco on the left side of the Elrod camp. Charge Chevrolet. They're going to have some issues. 378, 191. As Elrod goes 849 and 49 miles an hour. So that will conclude qualifying and top dragster, and we are secured here in day number 1 of the American Doorslammer Challenge at Summit Motorsports Park. We have a 9:30 a.m. start time tomorrow. 9:30. Junior dragsters will be the first category out. We will post our schedule on our social media outlets, as we normally do. A 9:30 a.m. start time tomorrow with junior dragsters.